to your ears, so you hear the sound. People usually use this plot to describe sound. The valley of this plot means low air density. The peak of the plot means high air density. Frequency is a cycling in 1 second. Wavelength is the distance between two peaks. There's also a criteria to describe the directivity of our speaker. At low, you got directional sound. I stand here, talk to you. The wavelength of my voice is about 1 feet. It's about that length. It's much larger than my mouth, right? So you hear my voice omnidirectionally. Probably you notice the issue here. At a low frequency, that is audible. We are able to hear that. But that is omnidirectional. At a high frequency, ultrasound, that is directional, but we cannot hear that. Remember, our goal is to build audible directional sound. So what should we do? Why don't we mix those two kinds of sound signal? Let's multiply them together. So you will notice the audible low frequency sound signal becomes envelope of ultrasound. That is mixed signal. That is the exact AM channel of your radio. That's pretty interesting. We got our directional mixed signal. But hold on here. We still cannot hear the mixed signal because the mixed signal is still ultrasound. However, if your speaker is loud enough, let's say 140 dB, that will be a totally different scenario. At the beginning, your speaker generated the mixed signal, ultrasound with audible loop. All the energy is at high frequency, is at ultrasound. When the sound propagates, only the envelope propagates to your ears. You can only hear the audible sound. And that will also follow the same path of ultrasound. Boom! You get the audible directional sound. And you also learned, in order to build a directional sound, we have to find a very loud ultrasound source. That is 140 dB. How loud is 140 dB? F16 is as loud as 140 dB. But that's definitely not a good choice, right? What I found here, remember my goal is to build a directional sound for our laptop. I have to find something really small. What I find here is probably also beyond your imagination. That is microphone. If you open your cell phone, you will find electronic devices there. That is microphone. The microphone usually covered by a metal lid. Just open it. You will notice a microphone die with a circular diaphragm there. Microphone is the most appropriate sound source for this ultrasound for our laptop. The reason probably you found that is out of our intuition. That's so tiny. Why does it generate so loud? We all are living in an audible sound world. We never hear ultrasound. We shouldn't use the way of thinking audible sound to think about it audible ultrasound. A microphone is tiny. That is not able to generate very loud audible sound, but that is able to generate a very loud ultrasound, 140 dB. I'm pretty happy. I built my first prototype. I designed my PCB board, printed circuit board. I found many microphone die. I put those microphone dies on the printed circuit board. I use epoxy to connect the microphone die to the PCB board. And then I use a very thin aluminum wire to connect between microphone die and the PCB board. That is for transferring electrical signal from PCB board to microphone die. I set up the testing in our lab. I put my first prototype on a station. The station is rotationable. And then I use another measurement microphone to measure the sound pressure at one location. And then I rotate my station to measure the sound pressure at a different angle. I did 100 times measurement, so I will know the directivity of my speaker. That works. I can even hear the sound only from one direction. But the first prototype is not perfect. The maximum sound pressure level is only 35 dB. The normal volume of our daily conversation is about 80 dB. So you will hear the sound from one direction from my first prototype, but the sound will be very faint. Yeah. The reason for that is, you notice that the area of my first prototype is way smaller than what I designed for the laptop speaker area. So my second prototype is targeting at 80 dB. In order to make my second prototype, I have to use the semiconductor technology to build a speaker on a silicon wafer. So everybody, that is all the story about my dream. I'm not telling you a successful and beautiful story because I'm still working on my second prototype. Hopefully, in the near future, your laptop will have the directional sound because I'm from UT Austin. I believe the slogan of UT Austin, what starts here, changes the world. Who come?
Good morning. I'm Forrest Allison. Up next, we have award-winning author and global speaker, Darren Jones. He has been featured in media worldwide, including Forbes and Impact Theory. You are going to love him. Put your hands together, Darren Jones.
I want to create an epic atmosphere right now. So I invite everybody to close their eyes and breathe in your nose, out your mouth, in your nose, out your mouth, in your nose, out your mouth, in your nose, out your mouth with a smile. In your nose, out your mouth with a sigh. Last time. In your nose, out your mouth with a song. In your nose, out your mouth with a song. In your nose, out your mouth with a song. In your nose, that cracked. Out your mouth with a song. In your nose, out your mouth with a song. My name is Darren Jones, and I am a powerful force of love and freedom, inspiring bigness within myself and the world. But who am I to be so bold? Who am I to put myself out there? Because you know the things that I heard when I was a little kid? You're too small. You're too short. You're too fast. You're too loud. You sing too much. Your hair is too nappy. Don't grow it. Why do you wear those mismatched clothes? And little by little, my bigness kept getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, but the one that really drove a dagger through my heart. 5 years old, at my Auntie Vet's house, in front of all the parents and the family friends, and all the kids were in front of them, and it was like this little talent show, and we were all singing and dancing, and everybody was getting cheered for. And I was like, it's my big turn. Michael Jackson's Moonwalker came on MTV, and I stood in front of everybody just knowing that I was going to get cheered for. And are you okay? Are you okay? Are you? And I was doing all the things. And one by one, everybody was like, boo! Garen, you can't sing. You can't dance. Family and family friends. Do you know what that does to the spirit and soul of a little child? But here's my one shining light. My super drunk father, in all of whatever was going on inside of him, he goes, Gay, don't you ever tell my son what he can and cannot do. Garen, if you love it and it makes you happy and it brings you joy, then you do what makes you do what makes you happy. You do what you love. And I never forgot it until I forgot it. I lived in my car for 2.5 years. I was in prison for 2.5 years. And I slept couch to couch to girl's house to couch to couch to couch, where it seemed like I was numb with the emotions. Raise your hand. You don't have to have gone to prison to feel like you were trapped inside of something you didn't know how to get out. Raise your hand if you've ever experienced that before. And somebody said that you're too much, you're too big, you're too this. What happens to the child is the unworthiness turns into, I'm not good enough. I'll never make it happen. So this picture right here is me pouring a syrup sandwich because that's all I could afford. $200,000 in debt, mom dying in the hospital, and all of that was the compound effect of me not living in my bigness. Raise your hand if there's a little voice inside and you know you're not in your full expression right now. Everybody in this audience and most of the people out there in Streamland. Well, I'll tell you this. There was one night at 3:43 in the morning in August 2011, and I was just like, okay, I'm tired of fighting. I don't want to fight anymore. I want to be healthy. I want to be happy. I want to be surrounded by nothing but positive people. I just want to inspire people, and I want to make a bunch of money, and I want the money to represent something that I passionately believe in. Please show me a sign. I didn't know what the sign was going to be, and then a little voice inside said, Garen, remember what used to make you happy as a little kid? And I remembered that I loved to run. Not for the exercise, not for the abs. I just love to run because it makes me feel free. And all these ideas just come shooting in my vessel, my channel. I love visual arts. I love to wear clothes that most people don't even like to wear. I wanted to grow my hair out, even if it's nappy or coarse. But I was afraid. I was afraid. But that day, when I decided to call in my bigness, something changed. And I want you to look at this picture on the left. I went to the dentist. Pardon my tears. I went to the dentist, and he was like, you got to get a root canal. I was like, how is that possible? I had a root canal 12 years ago. Well, whoever originally did your root canal didn't get it all the way to the root. So you have 15 years worth of infection that is showing up on the surface. And I said, I know exactly why my life is the way that it is. I walked around and I hear people, and I've spoken on stages all over the world. They were like, oh, I have abandonment issues. My dad left, my mom left. But what I realized in that moment, that the original abandonment was me abandoning my original dream, my original love. That little kid inside, little Garen, whose soul was squished. And I remembered, Garen, do what makes you happy. Do what brings so much joy to your heart and your soul. And this picture next, right here, I started doing those things, and a power started welling up inside of me. I started becoming calm, less insecurities, less stress. It doesn't matter how much money you make. I've seen people have a lot of money and still be poor in their spirit. And people with no money be the happiest people I know. So maybe there's something else going on inside. That picture on the left is when I was 34 years old. The picture on the right is a couple months ago. At almost 44 years old, look at my eyes. The hot air balloon doesn't leave the ground unless you release the weight. I started forgiving people. I forgave the 2 men who murdered my father. I let go of resentment, people who touched me as a little boy, because all of that was hate living in my heart. But what it was doing, it was cluttering the little voice inside that says, Garen, do this. Do what makes you happy. Remember, you used to love to run. And the more and more I started doing those things, there was a sense of peace and a sense of freedom that nobody else could give me but myself. And I want you to think about your own life. There's some people trying to fight for freedom. Even listen to the word fight. I was trying to fight for my own freedom that I abandoned. Think about your life right now. Your work, your relationship with your spouse, your kids, and most of all, the relationship with yourself. I want you to imagine a little child going, Mom, 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 Dad, 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 Mom, listen to me, listen to me, listen to me, listen to me. What do you think the relationship would be like 20 years from now without a single acknowledgement? You don't even have to answer that question because you know there wouldn't be a relationship. There would be no emotional closure. Well, your original dream is connected to your inner child, which I believe is directly connected to Source, which is your spiritual umbilical cord to heaven. And every time you listen to that little kid, there's an energy that wells up. You ever seen kids just run around all day long? Pretend, I'm not going outside the red circle. Remember the little kids, they just run around in the circle, and they run around, and they're like, how can they keep playing? But as adults, it's like, I'm tired. Every day around the same time. Just maybe you might be out of alignment with your most authentic and true self. And that's where the tired comes from. So as I was going on my journey, I was meeting all different kind of people. My old neighbor was 103. And I said to her, how come you don't look so old? She looked like she was late 60s. She was like, old? Age doesn't make you old. It's when you let your life beat you down. That's what makes you old. When you're in relationships that you don't want to be in and you stay in them, that's what makes you old. When you're at jobs that you don't want to be at and you just go to the job and it's crushing your soul, that's what makes you old. She was like, do you know where wrinkles come from? And I'm like, where? She was like, when you let your life beat you down, it weighs on your spirit and your soul starts to sag. And she said, that's where wrinkles come from. I was like, bars. I am not about to wait till I'm about to die to actually start living. I'm living for my truth, living for my natural expression. If a bird were to try to be an alligator, you can see how life would be difficult. Makes sense, yes? A bird and an alligator. However, a bird that doesn't even know that it's a bird uses everything that's already inside of it, and flight takes place. So what if your original dream brought you back home to yourself, to the deepest reaches of your heart? This is the inner child inside of each and every one of us. Even if you're 5 and 6, I've seen the most insecure 6-year-olds because they're doing what everybody else tells them to do, and there's something in there missing. Teenagers, older people, it's the same thing. Imagine your inner child every time you feel like, oh my goodness, I used to love to dance. I used to love to sing. I used to love to do visual arts. But you haven't done it in like 20 years, but every time you watch something, track and field, any kind of dance competition, even if you always wanted to be a speaker when you were a little kid, and then you're watching this from home or in the audience, and it's like, oh, TEDx, it's like, oh, that would be nice. Let's just say that deep down inside is your inner child going, Mom, 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 Dad, 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 listen to me, listen to me. And you ignored that child for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, for some of you, 50 years. What do you think the relationship would be like? Maybe, just maybe, that's what's missing. The relationship between your spiritual self and your physical self in full alignment, like the bird who's just using everything that's already inside of itself. This was me, and this is no longer me, because I remember. So I'm calling everybody else to remember the things that made you the happiest, the most joyful, that brought you the most freedom. And I introduce to you artist power as the answer. The artist is the little kid inside of all of us before life stripped away all of our powers. Your energy, your passion, your desires, your creativity. You tap back into that energy, it unlocks a power, and the same thing that's inside of all of us is the same thing that's inside of what makes the flowers grow. And the EKGs of the heart is one of the most powerful frequencies in the world. What if we used it? All of us, collectively, at the same time. Be a lot less school shootings. Be a lot more happy people. Be more business created. People would walk down the street and actually say, hi, how are you doing? And other people would respond with, I'm doing absolutely fabulous, and mean it. Imagine that kind of world and that kind of atmosphere that we can create starting in this room. I want to say thank you for allowing me to share little Garen on this stage. This is the real me. This is my fullest expression. This is my nappy coarse hair all the way grown out. This is my mismatched clothes. This is my slightly crooked nose. This is my fully accepted freckles. This is the real me. Now will the real you stand up, stand out, and share yourself with the world, because we're missing it from humanity. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's go!
Well, I don't know about y'all, but I'm feeling pretty good after Garen right there. Anybody else excited to find out what's in this box? Because I'm thrilled to bring you everything that's surrounding this incredible cardboard creation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce our next TEDx speaker here this morning, Cody Fisher. He is a magician who is going to bring his incredible sleight of hand performance to the TEDxAustin stage, and will be showing us how to find one's passion and how finding that passion can inspire and motivate others. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Cody Fisher.
How we doing, TEDxAustin? All right, all right. Well, so you heard I'm a magician, but let me give you some more backstory to that. Long before I was a magician, I was a school teacher, a high school science teacher. I taught biology and I taught chemistry. And then when I went on to graduate school, University of Texas, and I was working on my doctorate in biochemistry, more specifically protein crystallography. If you're having problems sleeping later, call me. We'll talk. Not a problem. So, but for the past 20 years of my life, I've been making my way as a professional performer. Now, anytime I tell people I'm a magician, the first thing they always say is, "How did you do that?" Would you guys like to know how magic works here today? Yes? All right, bummer. No, I'm going to tell you how magic works. Here we go. Listen up. Get a pen and paper. Here we go. Here's how magic works. There's only a couple different ways to achieve a magic trick. Tape, wires, mirrors, or magnets. That's how magic works. Thank you very much. Do I have more time? Okay, good. I can tell you guys you're not believing me, so let me just give you an example of what I'm talking about here. That's why I brought this little thing here. This is called my box of mystery. Ooh. Ah. I love you guys. And we're going to use this just to show you exactly how magic works. I'm going to get somebody here at the very edge of it here. If you would you mind just standing up? Yes, you right over here, just standing up. Come right over here. You're going to be the eyes and ears of everybody in the crowd here. My box of mystery, reach inside there, just examine the inside of it. And what is your name? Jessica, go ahead and reach inside there, feel around there, the bottom of it, the top of it. Just go and check it out. Yes, good? Jessica, any tape, wires, mirrors, or magnets in the box? Well, tape on the outside, but you didn't see like rolls of tape, wires, mirrors, or magnets? No? Jessica, I don't know how you missed it. That's literally all that's in the box. Tape, wires, mirrors, and magnets. You had one job, Jessica, one job. I'm just kidding. Give Jessica a big round of applause. Now, I use that as an example of how people get fooled, because I'm sort of a firm believer that as a magician, I don't think I've ever really fooled anybody, but what I have done is I've convinced people to fool themselves, and I think that is a much more powerful thing. And we do that by telling stories, which that's what a magician is, really. It's just a storyteller. And the most convincing stories are the ones we tell ourselves. And that's kind of what the talking point I want to do today. So, my confession now. For as long as I can remember speaking, I've had difficulty speaking my speech fluency. All out through elementary school, middle school, high school, even to this day, I call myself a stutterer. Now, you guys are probably looking at me thinking, you don't sound okay to me. But you have to keep something in mind. Much like evolution is a very slow and gradual process, what you are looking up here today is, I call, a 50-year-old work in progress. So, my story is this. I grew up in a really small town. I'd never met, all throughout my formative years, I never met anybody that stuttered. I thought I was just the guy. There was nobody else who did it. And it was with me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It affected every aspect of my life. It affected my school, it affected my socialization, friendships, my self-esteem. Because what I was doing is I was telling myself a story, and it's easy to fool yourself when you tell yourself the story. And I defined myself, I was just the kid who stuttered. That was my story at the point. Now, my mom was my biggest advocate, okay? She was the first person to really convince me that it was okay that I stuttered. And in her nice little soothing country accent, she would say stuff like, "Oh, honey, it's okay. That's just how you talk." I liked hearing that. My mom was the first person to also show me a magic trick. It was a card trick, and she blew my mind. You see, a lot of people thought that my mom was amazing because she was a single mom raising 3 kids by herself on a waitress salary. I was too young to appreciate that. I thought my mom was amazing because she found my 4 of hearts in a completely shuffled deck. Now, my mom taught me that trick, and I was hooked. I knew from that day right there, magic became my passion. So I tried showing that trick to people. It didn't work out at first, but I had to practice and practice. It had nothing to do with my speech. I just kept messing up the trick. But I practiced and practiced and practiced, and then later on that year, my mom got me a Harry Blackstone Jr. magic kit. And she told me, you can be a magician. Now, my mom always had ways of taking all my negatives and turn them into a positive. I remember saying to my mom, well, I wasn't doing magic at school. I was the quiet kid at school, believe it or not. I remember telling my mom, I don't want to do a magic trick at school because what if all the kids laugh at me? And in her way, she turned it right around. She said, well, that just means you're not only a magician, you're a comedian too. I would tell myself stuff. I'd only seen like 2 magicians on TV in my life. And I told my mom, I said, Mom, I'd never seen another magician who stutters. And she said, well, maybe that means you're just going to be the first. I like that. Made me feel good. So my mom would sit with me at night and help me read. I would read and read and read and practice the magic tricks. And she must have had the patience of a saint, because I'm sure it wasn't easy watching the same trick over and over again and pretending to be amazed each time. Now, I finally got up enough courage to do my first magic gig, show and tell. Oh, there's people here old enough to know what that is. Fantastic. And I remember I did a little trick with a handkerchief, and it was on that day that after I did the trick, I kind of expected kids to laugh, but they didn't. Instead, I heard, how did you do that? Can you do it again? Will you teach me that? That was the first time in my life I remember being the center of attention in a positive way. Thank you. So that's how, on that day, that's how I defined myself. I was no longer the kid that stuttered. I was a kid that did magic. And that's the day I think I found my true self. I went on to go to school. I became a teacher. I was a teacher that did magic. I went on to graduate school here at UT, and I was the fun TA, teaching assistant, that did magic. Very, very fortunate. Married my high school sweetheart. Now, we've known each other since the 3rd grade. We weren't dating back in the 3rd grade. We had a very rare condition known as cooties. We both had it. Thank you for telling me how old you are with a laugh. Okay. And my wife, Deborah, she's an occupational therapist. And together, we've combined her passion for therapy and my passion for magic. For the past 15 years, we've been traveling around the country, giving speeches and talks on a class that we created specifically for physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy. And the class is called Rehabracadabra. Using magic as a therapeutic modality in hospital and clinical settings. And since then, the AOTA, the Occupational Therapy Association, has recognized magic as a legitimate treatment modality. Yeah. Now, I have to look at my notes because I'm not going to be able to say all these words, but people ask, how can you use magic as a form of therapy? Well, some of the ways, we combined her knowledge of therapy, my knowledge of how magic works, and we were able to, together, design specific tricks that help in the following areas: enhancing balance, proprioception, weight shifting, crossing midline, problem solving, coordination, visual tracking, cognitive processing, range of motion, socialization, and of course, speech. So before I end here, I thought really quick that I would show you that little handkerchief trick that I did for my show and tell. Would you like to see it? I mean, I don't have, yes? Are you sure? You got, okay. This is my magic hat. There we go. $175, that's all that thing does. So here we go. That little trick that I did, granted I've had some improvements, but it was called the color changing handkerchief trick. And for this trick, you're gonna have to have a few simple things. The first thing you're gonna have to have is a magic wand. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this magic wand has no magic powers. In fact, my wife doesn't call it a magic wand. She refers to this as a $75 stick. The second thing you're gonna have to have is a little white handkerchief. Now, first I'll do the trick. If you clap and applaud, I will teach you the secret to this trick. Fair enough? All right, here we go. First, what you do is you walk out on stage like this. You say, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I have a little white handkerchief. I'm going to run it through my hands once, twice. On the third time, I'll take the white handkerchief and poke it into the top of my fist, just like this. Wave my hand over the top, just like that. Snap my fingers, and believe it or not, the handkerchief changes. Not sizes or shapes, but colors. Thank you for that sudden burst of silence. The more white that goes in the top, the more red that comes out the bottom. White in the top, red out the bottom. White in the top, red out the bottom. White in the top, red out the bottom. You know, I had the same problem as you. The first time I saw this, I was so amazed, I also forgot to applaud. All right, here we go. I'm going to tell you, here we go. You put white in the top, pull it out the bottom just like that. Pull it out the bottom just like that. And just like this, the white handkerchief goes from being white all the way to red, the color-changing handkerchief. Thank you, folks, very much. All right. Would you like to learn how I do the trick? Yes. By a round of applause, would you like to know if, yes? I can't hear you. Yes? Yes? Okay, some of you look really confused all of a sudden. I don't know what happened. So here's how the trick works. You guys all know by now I can't really take a white handkerchief and change it from white to red. However, I have messed up a lot of laundry in my house. Instead, the way this little mystery works is I don't use one handkerchief, I actually use two handkerchiefs. I keep the second one right over here in my fist. Any questions? I'm gonna teach you. Settle down, class. I'm gonna teach you. Here's what happens. When no one is looking, you take a handkerchief and you stuff it deep down inside your fist. Deep down inside your fist, just like this. Now, it can be any color at all, as long as it's red. And don't make the same mistake I did the first 2 months I was doing this trick. Use two different color handkerchiefs. It's a real subtle effect if you don't. So you push it real down and just like this, just like that. You walk out on stage, you take the white one, you wave it up and down just like this. This is called misdirection. If you're looking over here at this hand, you're not looking over here at this hand, right? So, also, whatever you do, don't open your left hand or they'll see what? The red handkerchief, exactly. So whatever you do, don't open the left hand. What you do is you take the white handkerchief and place the white handkerchief right over here on top of the red handkerchief that's secretly hidden inside your rest hand. Let me share with you the dynamic of the room after doing this for 35 years. The young kids in here, they find this fascinating like I did. If there are any moms in here, they find this extremely frustrating. And every dad in here with a smartphone is trying to look this up right now. I'm going to save you the problem. I'm going to save you the trouble. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to teach you how to do it. I'm going to do that by leaving a little red sticking out the bottom. We have a name for that. We refer to this as leaving some of the red sticking out the bottom. Thank you. What you do is this. If I put a white handkerchief on top of red handkerchief and I pull the red handkerchief out, it creates an optical illusion that the handkerchief is changing colors. It's not really changing colors. It's just changing places. Oh, I forgot to tell you about the magic wand, though. Sometimes I get halfway through the trick, and somebody will scream out, "Open your hand." Thank you for being here. I'm running out of time. That's when you grab the magic wand. You tap the red, you tap the white, and now I can never do the trick again because I don't have a red one or a white one. I honestly, really, this whole time, I've only had one handkerchief. Thank you. That's half red and half white. Did I fool you? Or did you fool yourselves? Ask yourselves, what story are you telling yourself? Because the story you tell yourself is probably the story that you are going to believe. I just want to close with, I hope everyone in here whatever it may be, you find your true passion in life, and then share that with somebody else. Because when you share your passion to inspire and motivate other people, I say congratulations, because then what you've done is you found your purpose. Thank you guys. Thank you guys very much.
So this is a good one. CEO and co-founder of All of It Now, Danny Firpo has a background in live event and TV production, virtual production, system design, and digital marketing. He is participating in X Labs this afternoon, so he has an amazing interactive experience for you. But first, it is my pleasure to introduce Danny Firpo.
Hey everyone. What a great opportunity to be able to speak in front of TEDxAustin. Sharing the stage with kind of magicians and astronauts and kind of and everything in between. Truth be told, I've got a little bit more to do with kind of the people running the booth, the people backstage, the people behind the scenes than a lot of the other speakers on here. And the reason for that is because I'm involved oftentimes in kind of creating some of that magic, creating some of the mystery kind of behind the stage, rather than being on it itself. But today I'm going to talk a little bit about kind of a newer piece of technology that we use, which is called virtual production, and kind of how that's used, what it is, and most importantly, kind of how it's going to change how we consume media. And first of all, starting off with kind of what is virtual production. And the way that we use virtual production a lot is to use kind of big screens and a big team to create this illusion of an environment, of a place, of a point in time, and using kind of perspective trickery and mathematics and science and experimentation to create an environment, to create a virtual space for actors and props and people to essentially interact with in real time. And being able to kind of involve real-time content, real-time engines, interactivity, and people on stage is, at this point, kind of a little bit of a magic trick in itself. But what's really great about it is that it is creating a way for people to interact and engage with real-time content and game engine technology in ways that they kind of haven't had the opportunity to do before. And what that means is that we're able to use kind of a lot of really kind of newer technology, newer tricks that most importantly are available to people for free to be able to test and use. And that is something that's really, really powerful, because suddenly the barrier to entry is a little bit lower than it was 10 years ago. And what can be really special there is when we talk about this other concept, which is transmedia. And so what is transmedia? It essentially is something that, a piece of media that crosses over from one medium to the next. And immediately there's some really great examples of that. We've got something like Star Wars, right? Which started off as a film and branched off into books, games, TV shows, and essentially crossed over from one medium to the other, right? Something that is inherently linear, right? It started with a story, and it went from one part of the story all the way to the end, right? We're able to use games and books and TV shows to extend that narrative, to extend that universe into more places, and be able to give the audience the opportunity to explore that concept, right? That you're able to say, I'm going to start here and be able to really just branch out into all these different literal universes and galaxies and planets and locations, and explore more of that, kind of like an onion, unfolding more and more of the story, which each of these different platforms allow you to do, in each of these different mediums. And that's really exciting. But at the end of the day, it's still a very linear story where we know what's going to happen at the beginning, we know what's going to happen at the end. And it's, at the end of the day, a single universe told from a single point in time, from the beginning to the end. And then you have another example like Marvel, right? That these are a little bit less linear, right? A web of multiverses and characters and intersecting narratives told in different points in time, different universes, different multiverses. And it starts to break a little bit of that linearity. But what you're really talking about still is a very linear narrative. We know what happens at the end, we know what happens at the beginning. And then you have something that becomes a little bit more exciting, which is something like The Last of Us, right? Which is a game that becomes a TV show and breaks out and becomes a smash hit. And where there's something in between here is something like Arcane, where it's a game that becomes a TV show, but that a lot of the assets are using the game assets or using the inspiration from the game. And what that is something that's really powerful, because suddenly you're talking about real-time content interacting in another form of entertainment. Ultimately, game engine assets being used to create TV shows. And what that means is that you have the opportunity for this intersection. And what that means is that you can suddenly have real-time content, real-time pipelines produced faster and more efficiently, but most importantly, with an opportunity for a faster feedback loop. Suddenly, you're able to say, wow, like this game, I can play this, and that suddenly you're able to turn that into the ability to create feedback from the user into the story, and that suddenly the TV show can be influenced by the game and vice versa, where in these previous examples, we know what happens at the beginning, we know what happens at the end, because the story's already been created. What we're able to create here is essentially a pipeline of assets that are used to create the game and used to create the show in this single persistent world. So an example here is what a very classic virtual production pipeline can look like, with a very linear beginning and end of pre-production, production, editing, and finally making it to a TV or film. What's exciting here is that you're creating assets and using it to make a TV show, but those same assets can be used to make a game. And so what that means is that you can suddenly create a persistent world that becomes bidirectional, non-linear, and allows for some sort of interactivity between the fan and the producers themselves, where the producers can actually be excited and surprised at the result, rather than knowing how the story ends. What that means is that fans can actually create the story along with the producers of the show, and that as they play the game, the result of the game can influence the story in ways that we couldn't do before. What that means is that suddenly this is an audience-inclusive platform guiding the narratives, guiding the story, being immersed in it because they're helping make it as they go along. What that means is that suddenly, this doesn't exist, right? This can't exist in a Star Wars. This can't exist in a Marvel, because these stories have been told already on these other platforms. So what that means is that these stories that we're talking about here have not been told yet. That's really, really exciting, because suddenly you have something like a seasonal event, right? That the TV shows are released in seasons, games are released in seasons, and this becomes a really key mechanism for how we can tell stories, is that suddenly what happens in the game in season 1 can influence the TV show in season 2, because suddenly that shared asset pipeline, the years it takes to make a game and the years it takes to make a TV show can suddenly be condensed into something faster and stronger and more durable and flexible to the needs of an audience. And what that means is that this real kind of next generation of transmedia doesn't exist yet. And the creation of something like this can exist and be created by somebody in the room here. That can be created by somebody in their bedroom. That can be created by somebody ultimately younger who hasn't never had to exist in this single linear narrative. Someone who's experienced as a digital native, who's grown up around media, who's grown up around the internet, who's grown up around games, can suddenly create something that we've never seen before, because the technology was never there for anyone before us. So what this means is that the future of this is going to be in the ability to create these bi-directional, dynamic and interactive stories that are using this kind of shared asset pipeline, and that the best and most exciting kind of ways that these technologies and stories intersect have yet to be existed and yet to be kind of created, and that the creators are going to be younger people who have grown up around this and can do something with it that have never been done before. That's it. Thank you very much.
Good morning, TEDxAustin. How are we doing out there? Doing well? Fantastic. Well, it is my pleasure to announce our next speaker here this morning's session. Dr. Courtney Bird will be speaking to us about Dream, Speak, and Live. Dr. Bird has dedicated her life's work to improving understanding of stuttering, as well as developing a distinct standard of care, communication, advocacy, resiliency, and education that empowers children, teens, and adults worldwide to never let stuttering stop them from pursuing their dreams, speaking from their hearts, and living their lives to the fullest. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Courtney Bird.
Thank you. I am truly honored to be able to share with you about an approach to treatment that we've had in development for now over 20 years. This approach is different from all other approaches really to stuttering treatment because we don't attempt to try to reduce stuttering or increase fluency. Rather, we encourage children, teens, and adults to learn how to stutter openly, ensuring that their lives are never defined by the fluency of their speech. And in doing so, they are able to dream, speak, live. Now, this approach is unique in the sense that it's not informed to any degree by a textbook. It's fully informed by the lived experiences of the thousands of people who stutter that I've had the honor to serve over the last 25 years. Starting with one young man who I met when I was an undergraduate. And, I'm actually ashamed to share with you that this young man stuttered significantly, and every session that I had with him, I worked to try to help him to no longer stutter. And he practiced as hard as he could, and he could be fluent within that sterile clinical environment. But every time he would go home or go into the classroom or go to play sports, the stuttering was there. And he would come back and ask me, what was he doing wrong? And the only response that I could give to him was, you need to practice more. And then when he said, I'm practicing more and it's still not working, then I said to him, well, maybe you're not ready for therapy. Because as a teenager, you may not be motivated, you need to come back, and then when you're ready, you'll be able to achieve this. I knew at the time in my head and my heart that that wasn't the right approach, but I had no other skill set, no other knowledge, and so I left him sitting with the idea that he was essentially a failure and that it was on him that he wasn't able to speak fluently. This young man was trying to tell me what many other children and adults have told me for many years now, and that is that
because when I talk, I stutter.
we'll play that one more time for you.
If someone tells me not to stutter, they're basically telling me not to talk. Because when I talk, I stutter.
But imagine you live your life as a person who stutters, and from a young age, everyone tells you, stop, start over, try again. You can take a deep breath and maybe you'll be able to talk more fluently. Why don't you practice some more? Maybe there's some sort of medication you can take. Maybe we need to seek some more support. And then over time, internally and externally, you're being told that you are not good at communicating. And all of this leads to the development of what we refer to as the iceberg of stuttering, meaning that you start out not understanding that you talk differently, and then over time, your own internal and external reactions to that difference and the pressure to conform to fluency leads to this development of the iceberg of stuttering, meaning that the stuttering is just the tip of the iceberg, and all your thoughts, feelings, reactions, and beliefs that are connected to the negative experiences of stuttering are all underneath the surface. Let's hear this in action with a participant that we have who describes the negative thoughts that have developed over time.
What are some of the thoughts that you think are going through your mind? What are you saying to yourself?
Not very nice things. It's like, why can't you do it? Like, they're gonna think bad about you. You were fine earlier. You can say it now. Like, I wish this wasn't happening, or like they're looking at me funny. I wish I could be normal. I want this conversation to end like right here, right now, or like I just want not to be here. I should be better at this by now.
Okay, not one positive thought. And that's developed over time. Keep Genesis in mind. We're going to come back to her at the end of the talk when you see the outcome of her going through the CARE model. Now look at young Stephen. His iceberg hasn't developed yet, and look what he's learning at a very young age.
What I learned from my group is if you stutter, don't give up, just keep on trying. And don't let stutter stop you from being who you are.
Now we're going to come back to Stephen so that you can see the impact of Stephen over time and preventing that iceberg from developing through building communication, advocacy, resiliency, and education. Thing here. So let's start with communication. What we know about people who stutter, and if you stutter yourself or you have a child who stutters, you enter into kindergarten, and what is the first thing you want to do? You want to protect your child from having a negative experience of stuttering. And so do the teachers, and so do the speech-language pathologists. So intuitively, what do? We say, listen, Sally doesn't have to talk in class. We're not going to call on her. She doesn't have to give presentations. And in doing so, year after year after year, that child doesn't have the same opportunity to develop their pragmatic skills. Because how we define communication is that you have to be fluent in order to communicate effectively. Through the CARE model, what we show is that fluency has nothing to do with effective communication. In fact, we've proven that people can still stutter on every word and be able to be among the most effective communicators. Let's watch Kamara.
Good evening, Atlanta. My name is Kamara, and I am 8 years old. I am a person who stutters. Today, I am sharing about stuttering. Fact 1. People who stutter should not be ashamed. Fact 2. People who stutter should keep speaking no matter what. Fact 3. We are all good communicators who have strong, tall bodies and strong voices. Fact 4. I want to be a singer because I like to sing.
Stuttering cannot stop me, so we're teaching them that at a very young age. If we go on to advocacy, that's the second part of the model. Everything is overlapping, but what we need to understand is that people who stutter instinctively will apologize for their stuttering. You didn't hear that in Kamara's speech, and you didn't hear it in Stephen either, because they're learning at a young age not to do that. But for many older school-age children and adults, if you ask them about their stuttering or if they share about it, they will say to you, I'm sorry, I stutter, please bear with me. It may take me, I know I'm going to take more time than you need me to take, and I apologize for that. And our research shows that in that apology, it confirms what is the stuttering stereotype. Many of you may think that stuttering is psychological and that people stutter because they're nervous, shy, or anxious, but stuttering is neurophysiological. We also see that there's evidence to suggest that there's a genetic transmission of stuttering. Why does that matter? It matters because when someone who stutters apologizes to you for their stuttering, then you view them as nervous, anxious, shy, not capable of doing jobs that require significant communication. But when they learn how to talk to you about their stuttering in a way that's empowering, you see them totally differently. It deconfirms the stuttering stereotype, just like Albert.
I'm Albert. I'm a student here at UT, and I'm also a person who stutters, which means that it may take me longer to say what I need to say, but nonetheless, I will say it.
No apology there. You can't take stuttering and apply any stereotype to Albert, and that's what we're instilling in young children through adults. The next thing that we have to focus on is resiliency. Stuttering is hard. It will be hard. You will face discrimination. You will have people judge you, think differently of you, and you have to build your resiliency from within so that you don't let it impact you. And you have to build it up strong enough so that you will seek out communicative exchanges that are challenging instead of avoiding it. And what we see often is that teens and adults, they will live most of their high school life in the bathroom during lunch because they don't want to interact. Adults will even contemplate suicide because of the pressure to conform. And what we want to let them know at an early age is you can do this. You can do it even better than other people, and you will succeed. Let's watch Nadia.
Hello, my name is Nadia Watson, and I'm 8 years old. And what I wish the world knew about stuttering is it's actually a very unique thing that people do. And if someone thinks like there's something wrong with you, well, they're thinking wrong.
Hey, there you go. And nobody can take that away from her either. The next piece is education. There's so much misinformation about stuttering, and there's no way for me to cover it all in this talk. But let me say to you again, stuttering is not psychological. If you've watched The King's Speech, it's one of the most popular movies about stuttering. The only thing that's positive about it is that he is obviously brilliant. He is in a leadership position, but it suggests to you that if you practice hard enough, you can be fluent, and that's a common fallacy. One of the other things that I want you to know if you're a parent is that there's nothing that you have done or can do that's going to cause your child to stutter. But there's everything that you can do to actually help your child to feel positive about their communication and to know that stuttering is not going to stop them from living their lives to the fullest.
In the case of children that stutter, they want to see their parents to tell them that it's okay to stutter. And it's just one of the things that makes people different. Actions may be stronger than words, they say, but change always starts with words. You have to be explicit in telling them that you love them and you love the way they speak. Just don't assume they know. I say this from personal experience because I wish my dad had said this aloud to me. In my head, I always assumed that he was ashamed of me, but I never really knew what he thought. I never asked, and he never told me. Well, now it's too late. My dad has Alzheimer's, and in a few years, he may not even know who I am, much less tell me my stutter wasn't a big deal. So parents, just don't put it off for later or for in the future when your kids grow up. Just tell your kids right now.
All right. Now, let's go back to Stephen, who went through our care model, and listen to the impact on him years later.
After going to the camp, I didn't really think about stuttering anymore as something that could be troublesome or a hindrance to me. And so I just went on with my life, not thinking about it, just talking regularly like I do. If I stutter in my sentences, I do, but I don't really care.
As he says, if I stutter, I do. I don't really care. It's just the way that I talk, effectively preventing that iceberg. And now let's watch Genesis, melting the iceberg.
Hello, my name is Genesis Cedillo, and I'm a person who stutters. You will hear me stutter during the speech, and that is okay. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me afterwards, and I'd be more than happy to answer them. If you had told me a year ago I'd be standing in front of a room full of people talking about stuttering, I would have never believed you. Someone would mention the word stutter, and I would collapse into a puddle of tears. I was always taught that my stutter was taboo and should never be discussed. This resulted in me hiding my stutter from the entire world. I was telling myself that my natural voice was not good enough to be showcased. And then I started this program at the Blank Center. In just 10 short weeks, my entire perspective on stuttering has changed. I was once terrified of my own voice and trapped inside the bubble of, I need to be fixed. However, I learned that my stutter is not the problem. People's ignorance and opinion on stuttering is the true problem. I cannot control how people will react to my stutter. I can only control how I feel and advocate for my stutter. With this in mind, I challenged myself to be my biggest stuttering cheerleader. I found myself advocating for stuttering left and right, from sharing posts on Instagram to disclosing to my entire class during a presentation. I felt powerful, seen, and for the very first time in control of my stutter. Stuttering once had me in shackles, and now I am wearing it like a crown.
Okay, so as you can see thank you. Finally, I'll just say that if you know of someone who stutters, you know of a parent, a friend, or a loved one, and they're struggling to stop stuttering, please let them know there's another way. Stuttering is the way that they talk, and there's a path where they can accept that. Not only accept that, but they can learn how to communicate effectively, stutter openly, advocate meaningfully. Essentially, they can learn how to
Dream, speak, live.
Dream, speak, live. But in French, that is rêver, parler, on direct.
Soñar, hablar, vivir.
Tachlom, daber, tichia.
Dream, speak, live.
सपने देखो, बोलो, जियो.
梦说记住
Drum, speak, live.
Dream, speak, live.
Thank you.
Our next performance is an amazing light show. We will have a moment to meet the artist, Jack Nees, but for now, get ready. Hold on to your hats. You're about to be rocked. Let's give it up for Jack Nees. Jack is a senior here at Westlake, and he is the tech president. And I want to know, what is the process of making the light show?
Yes, sir, of course. Well, firstly, the light show, the opportunity for it stems from this dance production that we do every year at the high school called Zenith. And so around 20 years ago, somebody came up with the idea it would be a good idea to give an entire number to the tech kids and give them an opportunity just to make an entire number about lights. And so last year, it was me and a senior who just graduated, Nico Hewitt, and so we put together what you just witnessed. And so the process specifically, we begin with the music. So all the music throughout that is edited, cut together, and so we spent around 1 or 2 weeks on that, just picking, choosing, thinking what we like or listening, and trying to decide what would sound good in here, what we thought would match, what would be good for lighting, what had bumps, what had jumps. And then once we kind of decided that, we finally brought it in here, and then we started up on the console, the Grand May that we have in the back. And so we began with the lighting, starting from the beginning to the end of the song, and the console that we have back there is a very professional console. It has access to all these lights up on stage, and spent a lot of time.
So how many different lights have you used?
Yes, so the moving lights specifically, we have around 50 or 60 on stage, and so all of those moving lights, each individually have a little stepper motor, or multiple stepper motors in them, which just have like millimeter long little gears on them. And so these gears all click, and so the turning, the tilting, the panning, each one of them is controlled really like by these tiny little parts within the lights. And so on the console back there, we can access the degree, the sine, cosine. It's pretty much just a massive calculator built into the computer that we have back there. And so all these little turns, all these tilts, these pans, all of them are built in just by these tiny motors that are turning.
Thank you so much for sharing this gift. Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Nees.
How about that light show, y'all? Oh, y'all have better seats than I did. That was incredible, absolutely incredible. Up next, I am pleased to introduce Mr. Sam Alexander, who will be speaking about revolutionizing fashion for a circular and sustainable future with technology. Founder and CEO of C2C Fashion and Technology, Sam Alexander's enterprise is focused on reinventing the fashion industry through a unique integration of fashion, technology, medical, and the arts. The company endeavors not only to develop domestic production, but also to do so in an ecologically sound and technologically progressive way. Their goal is to be the leader in fashion technology, focusing on nano and biotechnology, smart fashion. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Sam Alexander.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. I am very proud to be able to come and talk to you about the fashion industry and the plans we have for reinventing it here. Our goal is to make Austin the fashion capital of the world. And we're going to do that by utilizing technology to give us an advantage over importing products here into the US. I'm here also to tell you the good, the bad, and the ugly about our industry. The good is that we do $2.5 trillion globally in fashion throughout the world. We also employ 75 million people globally. The bad is we are one of the second most destructive industries to the environment. I've been in the industry now for 4 decades. And in those 4 decades, I've seen more destruction done to the environment than anywhere else, anything else in the world. My goal is to reshore everything back to the US, make it sustainable with a circular life cycle. Our goal right now is to bring in advanced manufacturing facilities using the latest and greatest in technologies that are out in the marketplace. As you can see, we've done a lot of destruction, and this is just a small example of what's going on in the world right now. We are responsible for 85 of the products, 85% of the products that we produce end up in landfills. 60% of the products we have polyester. We produce 8 to 10% of the carbon waste for the whole world. We also destroy 20% of the water waste in the whole world for our industry. We have to change that. And my goal in doing so is to take products now and use a complete circular design so that we know from where the product came from all the way through the end of the life of a product. And that's the technology that we're doing. We're also looking at bringing hemp as our main source of fiber into the country. Hemp, cactus leather, and other products are the type products that we're creating products with here in the US right now. The first part of our goal in reshoring is that we'll be able to create more jobs here in the US. We're also going to be able to shorten the shipping cycle of a product. And the way we're going to do that is use tri-sector. Our plan is the plan that we work with now is to use government, private industry, and education to reshore our industry back here. And what we do is we create the funds for the community. Our first incubator is here in Austin. There are people that come from all over the world to see this advanced manufacturing facility. This was a tri-sector group that came together. Gerber Technology, the City of Austin, and ACC. We spent $15 million developing this facility, and this facility right now is one of 3 in the world. There are people, as I said, that come from all over the world to see this. The way that we're going to address the changes of our industry is we're looking at AR, VR, MR, XR as our main focus as far as the technology. Internet of Things, everything that we're making now will be connected or has some type of biotech effect to it. We're using artificial intelligence and machine learning to do analytics for a lot of the products that we're making. And then we're creating bots and robots to assist us in the production to offset the cost of production that we're having in the factories in Asia and South America. As I said, hemp will be one of our main products. Most people don't realize, but 50,000 products we can make from hemp. Biodegradable polymers, we can do biofuels. Henry Ford's car in 1941, one of the ones he made, was made out of hemp, and it was running on hemp biofuels. Our goal is to have 3 classifications of products: utilitarian, made to measure, and IoT fashion. Utilitarian products, they'll be practical, functional, serviceable, useful, sensible, effective, and efficient. And those are our goals to create the new types of utilitarian products. Our goal for made to measure, we have technology that we developed that we have applications that we can scan you with your phone, that you can actually download the app, scan yourself with the phone. It'll create an avatar of you. We use artificial intelligence to perfect the avatar. Then that avatar, you can go into our software and design made-to-measure clothing. We have 100 trillion SKUs that you can pick from to design an outfit. We also use sustainable fabrics and fibers within our products that we offer you to pick from. You then go into our software and you design your product. You can decide on any type of product you want, any type of lining you want, anything that you want to do to this product, you can pretty much do it with our software. 7 days later, the product's made. 3 to 5 days later, it's at your front door. One product, not 100,000, not 1 million, and the biggest problem we have now is the overproduction of products. This will help us to eliminate that problem. What about if fashion had intelligence and wasn't just cute? What if we had an opportunity to transform wearable technology into our lifestyle? Right now, by the year 2028, the IoT wearable technology business is a $150 billion industry. And right now, we're on the leading edge of it, right here in Austin, Texas. We're looking at putting 150 more of the facilities that we have here throughout the United States and helping to reshore. We've also working on all kinds of systems to set up and be able to create our own fibers here. Right now, even with us returning it here, we're still having to produce our fibers in China, because we don't have the facilities here to develop the fabrics for us, but we're developing those mills now also. Our focus as a company is wearable technology. We look at how to integrate nanobiotech into all of our products. These are some of the products that we've already produced. We can pretty much create sensors to put in your clothing that can pretty much pull any type of body metrics that we need from your body, then use artificial intelligence, and our focus is preventive medicine. We also have the ability to add Wi-Fi GPS into your clothing. We have created a motorcycle jacket that has fiber optics lighting on the back, and that fiber optic lighting is connected to your phone through GPS. It automatically turns the lights on when you need the signal, and it vibrates on the shoulders to tell you which direction to turn. We took a smaller version of that for the kids with the scooters and the motorbikes downtown, and basically it has a motion detector in the sleeve that they can turn their hands up and down to turn the signal lights on the back, and then when the signal lights are not on, it does visibility so you can see those kids running around downtown on those scooters. This is one of the focuses. The other thing is we're into energy harvesting. Energy harvesting, natural energy, and reusing is what we're really focused in on all of our products. Right now, we've got solar beads that we're incorporating into the products that can collect the energy for us, and then we also have lithium batteries that we can put in the fabric and be able to power it with solar beads. We just had a project that we were able to launch at NASA about a month ago. We have a new fiber. It's a crystal fiber. We harvest the heat from your body, then that heat is turned into far infrared. The far infrared is directed back into your skin. It decreases your cortisol level and increases your nitric oxide level, which means it decreases your stress and tension and increases your ability to function. What we're looking at in reshoring the industry is reinventing the retail industry. Right now, you've got a pretty passive industry. What we're looking at doing is adding all the new technologies so that you have an interactive experience anytime you go into a retail store. We've got all the different areas that we're working with. We're putting in mixed reality shopping, 3D measurements, bots and avatars, augmented reality shopping, holograms. We have a new sensor that we're about to introduce that we can actually project an immersive, interactive hologram of you anywhere in the world. And it's immersive and interactive. We're using robots for monitoring of inventories, monitoring of customers, and artificial intelligence are all included into these products. And then we're also doing interactive shopping SKUs, so you can have interactivity within the SKUs and be able to collect data from the interaction with the customer in the SKU. So we've got a lot of different products that we're bringing in to reinvent this whole industry here in the US. A lot of the things you'll already see a lot of it in China, and we're out playing catch up on some of it, but we also have the ability to jump ahead of them because we have a lot more creativity in this country. Web 3.0. That's where our main focus is now in developing products for Web 3.0. And Europe just put a standard in that any products going into Europe have to have a visible life cycle of the product from concept all the way to the disposal of the product. That's a game changer. We're fortunately already in that game. We're creating software on Web 3 that we can actually monitor the software from the concept to the end of the life cycle and be able to monitor how much carbon use is being developed through, whether it's transportation, whether it's the product of going back into the earth. So basically, we're totally looking at this industry and trying to revamp it and change it. My goal right now, and this is what I need help with, is to expand the programs that we've already developed here into other schools. We have a program at McCallum High School now. We started it 8 years ago. We had 20 kids. We now have 250 kids. Those kids are getting scholarships to Parsons, New York, to Milan, to Italy, to France, all over the world now. So we're developing these programs here in the city, but we need to expand these programs to other schools. We had one that we moved it to Reagan, but the pandemic killed the one at Reagan, so we need to get back rebuilding this program. We have this incubator at ACC. The incubator at ACC was built for the community. And basically, it's an advanced manufacturing facility. Everything that I've talked to you about today, you can actually do at ACC now. What we're having to do is retrain the kids now so that they have the ability to utilize this new technology and have a leading edge over our competitors globally. And when we can do this, then we can become more sustainable. And that's what I'm looking to do here by making Austin the forefront of all this new technology that's coming to existence. Oops. In conclusion, our goal is to reshore everything back to the U.S. We're going to utilize tri-sector, being education, government, and private industry. Just to give you an idea, on our project ACC, Gerber gave us $13.5 million for their project. They originally gave us $6.5 million, and when they came in and saw what we were doing to develop this technology here in Austin, they came back and gave us $13.5 million. The city of Austin partnered in and took over and gave us all of the money to maintain the product here, and ACC gave us the facility and the training for the facility. So that's how we try to work the tri-sector now, and then we're extending it to all the high schools so that they'll be able to do dual credit at the schools now. So we're building out this program from the ground up, and I just need a lot of help from the community right now because I'm running out. I've got to run a business and try to do all this, so I need help from the community to continue to build this. I mean, when I see these kids going off to Parsons, going off to all the great schools, and I think that that's an opportunity that we're creating here, and we have the opportunity to give more children that opportunity. And right now, we also have to train the kids for the new jobs that are coming available because they're not getting the training that they need for all the new technologies that we're about to introduce into the world. The other thing is hemp. Most people don't understand that we should have been using hemp for the last 100 years. And China's gotten a lot further ahead on us on the development of hemp, but there's a lot of technology here. One of the best things about the US is that we can produce new technologies faster than anybody in the world. And we've got all kinds of patents and things that we've developed with the processing of hemp. We're also bringing in a new type of nutrient. It's called zeolite. And what zeolite does is it collects the water and stores it, and when the plant needs a drink, it comes and get a drink. It also adds nitrogen back into the soil. So we've got a lot of things from concept to consumption that we're working on. The final thing that we're doing is with Web3, we're using the blockchain for verification for a lot of different areas. So we'll be able to verify from the soil all the way through the disposal of a product now, and it'll be collected through QR codes. We're also developing bots. Bots will be able to help us at the robots and bots will be able to help us at the factories and also help us with the daily routine things that we don't have the ability or people that are willing to do anymore. So our goal right now in reshoring is to get the community involved in helping to develop the microeconomies that we have the opportunity to develop right now and build out a complete new ecosystem that's going to be sustainable for everyone. I want to thank you for having me. I appreciate the time. Have a great day.
Playing it safe, coloring between the lines can be fine, but disrupting your daily routines will lead to really experiencing your journey. Tom Singer is an enigmatic speaker of immense talent. Today he shares how to step into the uncomfortable and commit to going all the way. Let's rise for Tom Singer.
Immediately after I blew out the candles on my 50th birthday cake, I proclaimed to everybody at the table that I was going to make age 50 to 75 the best years of my life. Now, this confused my older brother. He looked at me and said, "But haven't you had a great life?" And he was right. I did have a great life. It was fine. But what I had learned about myself in this era of time was that I had spent 5 decades playing it safe. I had spent a lot of time surrounding myself with a comfort zone. Now, by definition, a comfort zone should be comfortable. It makes you safe. It allows you to go through the day-to-day. However, a comfort zone is also limiting. And I mean, I did all the things that society said you should do. Be nice to others. I did that. Work hard in school and go to college. I did that. get married and raise a family. I did that, and all of these things were great. However, I realized that by always playing it safe, I had held myself back from living the adventure that I wanted to live. So I decided I was gonna change. And as I looked back, there were so many things I didn't do because I was worried what people would think about me, or I was worried about failing, or I was just scared. When I was in college, a bunch of my friends went skydiving. That sounds awesome, right? Yeah, except for the fact that I have a paralyzing fear of heights. So instead of admitting to my friends that I was scared of jumping out of a perfectly good airplane, I instead made up an excuse that I had a family commitment and had to return to my parents' house that weekend. And I missed that opportunity. I did the same thing throughout my career. I never applied for a job unless I was sure that I checked all the boxes for what they were looking for. And I knew that I could nail the interview, and if I got the job, I would be successful. But because of that, while I had a good career, I failed to pursue things that I wanted to do. And going back as a kid, I wanted to be an actor or a comedian, and I never even tried. And here's the worst part. I grew up in Los Angeles. The author, C.S. Lewis, says, you can't go back in time and change the beginning, but you can start today and change the ending. And that's what I wanted to do. So a week after making this proclamation, I found myself at a conference in Las Vegas. And the people I was having dinner with the night before had participated in an attraction in Vegas called the Sky Jump at the Stratosphere Hotel. This is a 108-story jump off a platform on a tower where you basically free fall for about 20 seconds and then land softly on the ground because of tension wires. They told me, you should go do that. No. Did I mention I was scared of heights? And then I remembered eating the birthday cake and thinking about that proclamation. This was the exact reason I should do that. So I got in a taxi down the strip to the Stratosphere Hotel. I went up to the counter for the attraction called the Sky Jump, and I asked them, is there still room to do this today? And the woman behind the counter said, oh, I'm sorry, sir. We're all sold out for today. Oh, darn. And then she immediately looked at a young man who was walking into a door, and she said, hey, Billy, do you have room for one more in this group? And I'm standing there thinking, no, Billy. No, Billy. And Billy said, yes, come on. So I paid the money, I went into the room with Billy, and went through what I thought was far too short of a safety explanation for what I was about to do. Then they took me up, and the whole group, up in an elevator, and one by one, I watched people step off this platform. Now, they explained to you that this attraction is called the Sky Jump, not the Sky Push, which meant you had to take the step. And then they pointed out there was an exit with an elevator down, and they explained to everybody there was no shame in taking the elevator down. It was my turn. I got to the edge, I held onto the rails, and the trainer behind me said, are you ready, Tom? Clenching everything. He said, 1, 2, 3, go! And I was paralyzed. I couldn't move. And you know what? There is no shame in taking the elevator down. A week later, though, I decided I had to do something else to live up to my proclamation. So a week later, I declared I was going to run a half marathon. But here's the interesting thing. I had never run a mile in my entire life. Now, some of you might be thinking, wait a second, Tom, what about when you were in high school and they had the presidential fitness test where you run a timed mile every year and they see how you did? Yeah, well, back in the 80s, the presidents didn't care about our health. I had never run a mile. But I read that if you could run a mile, through interval training of going out a little more every time, you could train for a marathon in less than 6 months. I only was going to do a half marathon, 13.1 miles. So I went out for my first run. And at the end of that first run, I still had not run a mile in my life. In fact, I don't think I made it a quarter mile. Every day I went out, and it took weeks to get to that mile. Some days I would do the training and I would run and I would reach my destination of how far to go. Other days, I would reach the corner of my block. But I kept doing it. And 6 months to the day after my 50th birthday, I completed the 3M half marathon here in Austin, Texas. As I crossed the finish line, I thought, oh my gosh, I did that. This was a big deal for a kid who had been picked last for every sport in junior high and high school. This was an accomplishment. So then, over the next few years, I continued to do things that scared me, that seemed fun for other people, but I would never do. I continued to push myself out of that comfort zone. And I started to discover that while sometimes things are scary, they can also be awesome. I went ziplining at Pikes Peak in Colorado. I went whitewater rafting in Costa Rica. I learned to play chess. I rode an ATV through the mud. I did all kinds of things. And it allowed me to grow. But the biggest thing that I've done through all of this adventure was 5 years ago. I was going to be in New York City. I was going to be there for a business trip. And I called a friend because I had a free night just to get together for dinner. And this friend of mine, he is a professional speaker, but he's also a professional comedian. And he said, oh, the night you're going to be here, I'm doing open mic night. Why don't you come with me? That sounds awesome. I love comedy. Wanted to be a comic when I was younger. And I thought, this is awesome. I've gone to a lot of comedy shows, but I've never seen a comic actually work on new material. And I told him, I would love to see you do this. And he said, Tom, that is not what I'm inviting you to do. I'm inviting you to write a 5-minute set, put your name on the list, and get up on the stage at the comedy club and perform your own stand-up. No. I was 52 years old. Even though I had wanted to do this, that ship had sailed. And comedy is the hardest use of the spoken word. And if I was gonna do this, which I wasn't gonna do this, I would not do it in a comedy club in Greenwich Village. No way. And then I realized that I had made a commitment to myself years before to try new things, especially if they were out of that comfort zone and if they scared me. So I called my friend and I asked for some advice. I wrote a 5-minute stand-up set. I got to New York, I met my friend, I put my name on the list, and it was a room fully packed, about 50 people. Half of them were comedians. All of them were young, and I was convinced they were all gonna judge how horrible I was, and they were gonna be like, hey, who brought their dad? Because I was twice their age. I almost crossed my name off the list, because I thought sitting in this club, watching the open mic night, and enjoying my 2-drink minimum was gonna be a lot safer than getting up on that stage. But then they called my name, and I walked to the center of the stage. I put my notes down on the wooden stool, and I told jokes. And people chuckled. I mean, this wasn't belly laughter. If Jerry Seinfeld had been in the audience, he would not have been worried about job security. However, I did it. I got back to my chair, and I thought, I did that. I got home and I told my wife, this was scary, but it was exhilarating, and I made another proclamation. I told my wife, I'm gonna keep doing this. I'm gonna go do 100 open mic nights. In the time since then, I have now done over 160 open mic nights. Thank you. I have been selected by promoters to be a featured comic in 6 comedy shows here in Austin. And then, thank you. And then Netflix called. Apparently, I share my password with too many people. I did not get a comedy special. And I am not trying to become a professional comic. But by going out time after time, and sometimes not even doing that well, sometimes telling jokes to a room full of crickets, just chirping away, no chuckles, no laughters, but then other times doing very well, it has taught me to push through and keep trying new things. But Just because you proclaim you're going to make a season of your life the best years of your life doesn't mean it's that easy, and doesn't mean it's always going to work out the way you wanted. You see, sometimes things get hard, and sometimes there's things outside of your control that you cannot predict. In March 2020, the COVID pandemic hit, and we were all asked to go home, to socially distance, and so many of those routines that we participated in were over. And at the time, I owned my own business in a face-to-face industry, which meant over the next 2 years, I watched my income, my self-esteem, and my confidence evaporate. And I found myself in a mental health crisis. Now, I have always been the guy who saw the glass as half full. I had never experienced feelings like this, and they started to get out of control. And I realized this wasn't right, and I realized I couldn't do it alone. So I reached out to my wife and to some friends, and I told them I was struggling. And they were there for me. However, it soon became very clear that the support of my family and friends was not going to be enough. And I was going to probably have to go see a therapist and seek professional help. For someone in their 50s, in the way I grew up, you didn't do that. You sucked it up, buttercup. You worked through your problems. So this was very, very difficult. But I made the call, I got an appointment, I drove to the therapist's office, and I sat on that comfy couch, and I told a stranger how I couldn't cope and how worthless I felt every single day. When I said I was looking for new experiences, this wasn't what I had in mind. And then my therapist and my physician decided, after diagnosing me with depression, that it was probably in my best interest to go on depression medication, to go on antidepressant drugs. This scared me. It frightened me to the core. It made me feel small, and it made me feel like a failure. But I kept going back every 2 weeks to my therapist. I took the medication. I did the homework that they prescribed, and I worked at finding that self-confidence again. Now, I will tell you, I am not an expert in mental health, but I do believe the fact that I had gotten into the habit of pushing through hard things, admitting things were hard, and trying my best to go, whether it was running day by day, quarter mile, half mile, 2 miles, etc., or whether it was standing up in a comedy club and telling jokes to a bunch of young comics who didn't think their dad was that funny. I think that the fact that I had gotten into that habit helped me get through that situation. I will tell you, I am doing better now. And of all the things that I can share with you that I tried that were new, asking for help is the one I am most proud to say I did that. Because there is no shame in asking for help. So all of us have things that we would love to try, but we hold ourselves back, and we play the tape in our mind about why we shouldn't do it, why we couldn't do it, why it's scary, or maybe we're facing things that are difficult and hard. And when you're in that situation, it's okay to take a pause and think about why am I here? Why am I trying to accomplish these tasks? Take that breath and then decide if it's the right thing to take that next piece of action. And that day that I was at the Stratosphere Hotel, 108 stories up, attached to a harness, when they said 1, 2, 3, go, I couldn't move. But then I did this.
Thomas, 3, 2, 1, go!
One more time.
3, 2, 1, go!
Ah! God damn! Oh my God. Okay, this is cool. Ah! All right, this is not so bad. That was all right. I did that. I absolutely still cannot believe that I did that. So you can't go back and change the beginning, but you can start today and find ways to change the future. So what is it that you want to do? Maybe you want to learn to play a musical instrument. You can do that. Or maybe you would like to stand up in a comedy club and make people laugh. You can do that. Or maybe you would like to give your own TEDx talk. I just did that. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you again. We need some little audience participation here before I introduce our next group. So when I say yes, you say and, okay? Yes? Yes? What? Oh, no, that was wrong. That was wrong, but you tried, and I appreciate that. So one more time, yes? Louder, yes? Okay, I think you're sufficiently warmed up for our next group, who they are going to make you laugh until your cheeks hurt. It is my very distinct privilege to introduce to all of you from right here at Westlake High School, WIT.
Hello, everybody. My name is Meredith Yanchak, and I'm the director of the theater program here at Westlake High School. And who we have on stage right here are 6 members of WIT, the Westlake Improv Troupe, and we're here to demonstrate that comedy is, in fact, the hardest use of the English language. I'm gonna let them introduce themselves.
Gia.
Ernesto.
Lance. Julia. Kian.
Awesome. So improv is just making things up on the spot. I'm going to set myself a little timer. Without use of a script, we're going to create character. We're going to create conflict. We're going to create setting for you. I'm going to ask you guys to step forward just a little bit. And we're going to do that in 3 lines first for you. So I need a word beginning with like B from the audience. Bumblebee? I heard Bumblebee. That's a great one. All right, so 2 people are going to come forward and do a scene about Bumblebee in 3 lines.
I got you a flower. Oh my God, thank you. Bzz, bzz, bzz. Oh, I just feel the pollen coursing through my veins. Here, why don't you have this really special flower? Oh boy, I hope it's not the one that the gardener put pesticides on.
Oh,
I sure hope it's not.
That was 3 lines. So they can do all that in 3 lines, which is a lot of risk-taking. We were just talking about risk-taking. We didn't practice this beforehand. So what we're going to do now is we're going to tell a full story in 6 minutes or less using just one suggestion from the audience, and hopefully it's going to be like a little children's storybook for you. I need a word beginning with G. Giraffe? I like giraffe. Let's do giraffe. Giraffe.
Oh, how I long to be free from this zoo.
Oh, you're talking.
I know I'm not supposed to talk to the zookeeper, so surprise. We have a lot of complaints.
So I did eat something weird earlier today. Do you normally talk, or is this am I going crazy?
I eat trees, so I promise that whatever you ate can't be much weirder than what I eat every day. Speaking of, food is one of our big complaints.
Oh,
Let
really?
me consult the Giraffe Council. We kind of formed a bit of a group to protest.
Oh, so you all talk. Youngling, what do you have to say to the elders?
We, the younglings, are very tired of being kept in such small confinements at the zoo and being fed nothing but leaves. Like, you didn't even ask us if we wanted real food.
I like kiwis.
I like sushi.
Really? I like the trees. I'm okay with the trees. I just don't like the space.
All these new age ideas. Okay. Well, what I can offer you is higher wages, maybe some paid time off, but unfortunately, most of our food resources do go to the Lions, so you're gonna have to have a word with them.
Take us to the...
Yeah, let me just let you out of your cage really quick.
Thank you.
I mean, last time you let us out, there were like policemen, there were riots.
Yeah. So this is the Lion Gerald. He's he's pretty demanding, you know. I'm under a lot of stress. I'm just one guy, you know. But
So, Mr. Lion, we've heard you've been taking up all of our food budget.
You don't look like lions to me.
Yeah, we're giraffes, and we want the kiwis.
Food.
Or more space.
Or sushi.
And why should I give you that?
Because we're 14 feet taller than you, and we'll stomp you to the ground.
Okay, well, some of us aren't 14 feet tall, so let's just keep that in mind.
In spirit.
Yeah, but you guys have these sharp, liony teeth.
Do you have these orangey spots?
Or these long necks.
Hey, not all of us are blessed with long necks and little dots, okay?
Listen, I think you clearly underestimate us since we're not as clearly built as you and you're a lion, but we eat our greens every day, straight from Mother Nature herself. We eat the leaves right off the tree. So we're quite strong, we warn you.
Okay, let's make a deal. I will give you food if the zookeeper will bring me to the tigers.
The tigers, you say?
Yes, I have a long rivalry with the tigers.
A rivalry?
Yeah, in fact, I do. And I need to challenge them to a duel.
Are those the striped ones, the big cats? I can't see over the edge. I can't see them.
It's all coming to a close. My loyalties are being tested. What do I do?
Free us. You can set us free.
All right. New idea. All right? This is sort of a new age thing. I'm going to let you all sort of roam free in sort of like a savannah sort of setup where you just all, it's sort of like a survival of the fittest, and y'all can just work out your own problems. And I'm sure this will work out for you, the herbivores.
That sounds fair.
Yes.
Is this how you guys run your society? That sounds pretty fair.
Yeah, it is actually.
That's how cities work?
Okay, so 3, 2, 1.
Oh God, whoa.
Don't worry, guys.
Oh, look what you've done. You scared him straight.
You've turned him over. Now we have to get him back up.
Giraffes can't get up when they fall.
You have to help us right this wrong.
I will.
Do it.
Come on. Get up. Get up. Come on. You're not tigers. I don't hate you. I only have prejudice against tigers.
Oh, okay, cool.
This idea clearly isn't working. We've formed a giraffe union.
And a lion. Hey.
And a lion.
And a lion.
The lions have joined us. We want to be free. We want out of this confinement.
Revolution.
Well, sure, I don't need an income. Come on, the water's just fine.
And you promise no police officers this time?
And the...
Oh, is that?
No.
Oh.
We're free to roam the city?
Hey, I have a problem. Yeah, they're asking again. No, they're gonna.
You're not calling the authorities, are you?
No, why would you look at me like I'm calling the authorities and like I'm tasty?
Because
She's
you have a
calling
phone
more
on your hands and you're being awfully sneaky and suspicious.
You're gonna have to hurry. I think they're gonna eat me. I think I know the issue. I think it's the opposable thumbs.
Oh, we don't have any of those.
You don't have any thumbs.
Show us your hands.
She's not one of us.
Look, I'll bend it, and then I'm just like you.
No, she's with the police.
No, please,
Not the
pretty
popo.
please.
Guys, I think we found our solution to our little food problem.
Had to stop it before imminent danger. Thanks so much. I hope that showed you a little bit about how comedic risk-taking is really useful I'm doing improv right now. I didn't script this, so you're doing improv every day when you walk out of this room. So we have a show on Friday night at the 31st at the Black Box Theater if anybody, wants to come. It's at 7 o'clock and it's free. But we have been WIT. We're so glad that we were here and invited to perform at TEDx, so thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, up next, Suman K. Sherwani. is an avionics systems engineer at SpaceX, y'all, working on the Dragon spacecraft missions that take astronauts, science experiments, and supplies to the International Space Station. She is also a former project manager and systems engineer on NASA science missions, which studied mysterious interactions between the sun and Earth. Let's reach for the stars and welcome Suman Sharmani.
Hi everyone, I'm Suman Sharmani, and like he said, I'm an engineer at SpaceX, and I'm also a former project manager on NASA science missions. A lot of people ask me how I chose to do what I do today, and the truth is, I didn't exactly choose it. I absolutely did not have a linear path in mind to get to where I am, but what I did choose to do was really just whatever excited me the most. It was just a series of decisions that relied on trusting my gut, following my heart, and listening to that little voice inside my head that was like, wow, this is cool. This is something that I want to do. And so when I started college, I decided to study electrical and computer engineering. Again, not because I had a path in mind, but because it encompassed a lot of different things that I was interested in. I was interested in electric cars. I worked at Tesla for some time while I was in college. I was interested in the electrical signals in your brain. I'm deeply interested in how the human mind works. But also just everyday things. It blew my mind that we use cell phones every day, but I had no idea how they worked. So because of this choice, I was able to explore a lot of different kinds of opportunities while I was in college. I joined a photonics research lab, which studied how to use solar cells to detect cancer in humans. I joined a research lab in Gifu, Japan, which studied how to use really fast little circuits for image recognition purposes. But I think the opportunity that changed me forever was when a new professor named Dr. David Miles joined the university, and he brought with him a program called the Sounding Rocket Field School in Norway. And it just sounded so cool. Like, I didn't even know what a sounding rocket was, to be honest, but I knew that I was going to apply for this. And as it turns out, a sounding rocket comes from the word to sound, which means to measure. So a sounding rocket is an instrument-carrying rocket which can take measurements and perform scientific experiments during its suborbital flight. It's literally rocket science. So, of course I applied, and fortunately I got in. And when I got there, I was greeted by students from all over the world who were just as excited as I was to be there. The purpose of the program was to give students the opportunity to lead their own launch campaign. We got to build the science instruments that went on the rockets, but we also got to take on key roles in the launch campaign. I got to be Launchpad Supervisor, which is just a fancy way of saying that I got to be the person who pushed the big red button to launch the rocket. And sitting in mission control and pushing that big red button, I was just so excited. I got to watch as that rocket flew straight into the clouds. And I wasn't just excited in that moment, I knew that I was excited for the future. So when I returned to the university, I went straight to that professor and I said, how can I do this for the rest of my life? I didn't even know that people do this. How can I do this? And he said, well, why don't you start by joining my lab? He was going to be working on a new mission called ICI-5. And ICI-5 was a sounding rocket mission which would launch out of Svalbard, Norway to study the Northern Lights. And he was going to be putting a magnetic field instrument on ICI-5 to study the magnetic fields of the Northern Lights. And of course I said yes. I didn't think twice. I didn't think twice about how I was already overloaded in my classes and I had so many other responsibilities. I knew that I had to say yes for this because I was too excited. And this would make all of the other hard work that I was doing worth it, and this would give me something to be excited to wake up for every day. As fate would have it, that rocket would launch the same month that I graduated from college. So for the next year, I got to work extensively on this project. I got to go to Norway twice to help integrate the instrument into the rocket, but I also got to go to Svalbard in December 2019 for the launch. So when we went to Svalbard, we went for a 2-week launch window. which basically means we have 2 weeks to find the perfect conditions to launch the rocket into. It was the second day of the launch campaign, and it was about 6 o'clock in the morning. I had just taken a 2-hour thermodynamics exam because I was missing my exams to be there, but I still had to take them. And so I decided to take a walk and clear my mind. Svalbard is a beautiful place, but in December, in the winter, it's 24 hours of darkness because it's basically at the North Pole. And because we were at a remote research facility, cell phones and stuff don't work there. You basically have to be connected via a cable to the internet to communicate with anyone. And so I'm taking a walk, and the sky's starting to look a little green, and it's starting to look beautiful. And so I decided to start walking back, thinking maybe we're going to get some auroras soon. And so I walk back to the building where everybody's on their computers, and they're monitoring everything. And as soon as I get inside, they're like, it's time to launch. The conditions are perfect. We're launching in 2 minutes. I'm like, okay, all right, here we go, it's time. So I grab my camera and I run outside. And I just make it. And like I said, in December, Svalbard is completely dark. But as soon as that rocket engine ignited, everything around it lit up. And I got to watch as the rocket carrying the instrument that I worked so hard on went straight into the northern lights. It was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, the single proudest moment of my life, and I couldn't have been more excited. So when I returned to the United States, I had 2 options. NASA had offered me a position to work on the rockets themselves. So instead of working on the science instruments that go on the rockets, I could work on the rockets themselves. But the professor that I was working for also offered me a position. And he was working on a number of NASA projects already, but he offered me a position to work on a project called MAGIC. And MAGIC was a new kind of magnetic field instrument. If you've ever seen a spaceflight magnetometer, I don't expect that all of you have, but if you have, and you've seen lots of them, you'll notice something. You'll notice that they all look exactly the same. And there's a reason for this. In the 1960s, the United States Navy and a company called Infinetics built something called a ring core. And they all use these ring cores, the same ring core. It's about this size, looks like this. But they made a whole bunch of these. But then Infinetics went out of business, and the United States Navy lost the documentation. So the recipe was lost to history. Fast forward to today, the United States is losing its capability to make spaceflight magnetometers. So what our team at MAGIC decided to do was to reverse engineer the recipe for these ring cores. And if we were successful in doing this, this would be important for a number of reasons. The first being that we could continue making spaceflight magnetometers, and we could make them for other people too. Everybody else can continue making spaceflight magnetometers. But if we were successful in doing this, we could also make them different shapes. We would have the recipe for it, so we could make them smaller. So now, instead of putting 1 magnetometer on 1 satellite, taking 1 measurement in space-time, we could make 100 smaller magnetometers and put them on 100 smaller cube satellites and take 100 measurements in space-time. We could also make them different shapes and stack them in different ways and give us different kinds of magnetic field data that we'd never had before. Long story short, we were successful in doing this, and we even created a new kind of magnetometer called a tesseract, which gave us better and more meaningful magnetic field data than we ever had before. NASA was super excited about it, and they actually asked us to put our magnetometers on 2 more sounding rockets and 2 more satellites that would study reconnection at the magnetospheric cusp. It was awesome. So fast forward to today. I work at SpaceX, and I work on something called the Dragon capsule. Dragon is a really cool spacecraft because right now it is the only one in the United States and one of 2 in the world that can take astronauts, science experiments, and supplies to the International Space Station. And the International Space Station, to me, is one of the most exciting and complex engineering projects that humanity has undertaken in our lifetimes. Not only is it a point of collaboration between 5 international space agencies, but it is also literally just a science lab that orbits the Earth every 90 minutes. And what's cooler than the fact that we've managed to develop a science lab that orbits the Earth is the science that we do inside of it. We've learned so much about the human body and the human mind from studying ourselves in space. For example, by studying the effects of microgravity on the cardiovascular system, we've been able to develop new treatments for cardiovascular disease. And by studying the effects of isolation in space on our mental health, we've been able to develop new treatments for anxiety, depression, and other mental illnesses. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. The sad thing about the International Space Station is that it's going to be decommissioned in 2030, which means it's going out of business. We won't be using it any longer. But the story doesn't end there. There's already a number of companies that are working on private space stations. But also, in the next few years, we're going back to the moon. And this time, we're going to stay. In 2024, Artemis 2 is going to fly around the moon. And in 2025, the first time since 1972, human beings are going to land on the moon. The thing about the International Space Station is that astronauts spend about 6 months at a time there. Now, we're going to be spending a lot longer. And what that means to me is we're going to be getting a lot more data about how the human body and the human mind works. And that's fundamentally going to change the way we understand ourselves. How does the human brain work? How does the human body work? What does it really even mean to be human? Something else I'm really excited about is commercial space travel. In 2021, SpaceX sent the first commercial crew into orbit. Since then, a number of companies have been working on a way to make space more accessible to everyone. I imagine a future in which taking a short trip to space is about as easy as booking a flight. And you might ask me, why would I even want to go to space? This is a fair question. I've always wanted to be an astronaut, so you don't have to ask me twice. But for everyone else who maybe didn't have the same dreams as I did when I was a kid, I will give you one really good reason. And that reason is called the overview effect. The overview effect is a term used to describe the profound experience that astronauts report after seeing the Earth from space for the first time. They realize how fragile and interconnected it really is. They no longer see boundaries and borders, but they consider themselves to be citizens of the world, and they recognize the interconnectedness between themselves and every other form of life on Earth. And they recognize the responsibility that they have to protect our Earth and to protect that life. When I was a kid, I would always say, I want to be an astronaut one day. Now, for the first time in history, I can confidently say, I hope everyone in this room gets to be an astronaut one day. And I hope everyone we know gets to be an astronaut one day, because that's going to be possible in our lifetimes. And by doing this, humanity is going to change forever. The way we see the Earth is going to change forever, and the way we see each other is going to change forever. And that's the future I want to see, and that's what I'm most excited about. Thank you.
I'm ready to go to the moon. Like, that would be fun. That sounds amazing. I'm super excited to introduce our next speaker, who's here to speak to us a little bit more about resilience. Many people view it as a sought-after character trait, something you become only after enduring the unthinkable. Others see it as a badge, reflecting just how much we can bear. But resilient people have their own path to success, and they know exactly how to scale it. Tissa Richards shares her insights on resiliency and how we can make it a muscle memory. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the TEDxAustin stage, Ms. Tissa Richards.
When was the last time stress waves went through your body? Was it 30 seconds ago? 20 minutes ago? Earlier today? Whenever it was, I'm sure it was recently. Those kinds of situations happen to all of us, all the time. Maybe you were drafting an email and you accidentally hit send. You know that feeling. Oh my God, did I actually send that? Maybe something that sounded great in your head didn't sound quite so profound when you said it out loud, based on that embarrassing silence in the room. Maybe you got a phone call with the results of some medical records, and the news is devastating. Those moments of stress, big or small, make us crave resilience. We wish we could be strong and move forward. I see this every day in my work coaching top leaders, helping them navigate problems like rebounding from failure, having difficult conversations, or just juggling the everyday demands of work and life. I believe that resilience can be learned. The most resilient people have learned it so well that it becomes muscle memory. Resilient people have replaced their human tendency to react, their body's visceral response, with 3 habits that I call reflect, repeat, and replace. Resilient people reflect on their values. Resilient people repeat their values again and again until they become automatic muscle memory. Resilient people replace their reactions, even their fight or flight reactions, with calm, values-based responses. At scale, these habits become automated, allowing you to respond thoughtfully so you can get through anything: crisis, pressure, stress, change, life. I had to go through the greatest crisis of my life to truly learn and understand just how important these habits were to my survival. Several years ago, I was running a software company. I had invested my life savings into the company. I was 7 years in and taking no salary, so the stakes couldn't be higher. I needed this company to succeed, and we were on the brink of success, the success that we had worked so hard towards for years. And I was faced with a situation that deeply challenged my values. Values that I had held close my entire life: justice, fairness, integrity, accountability, respect. I had 2 choices. I could continue to run the company despite the turmoil, or I could shut it down. And if I did, I would lose everything and more. The cost of shutting down my company was indescribable. I would lose every penny I invested and millions of dollars more. My health, chronic stress, sleepless nights, fatigue, migraines, and it would damage my relationships with family and friends. The stress of the situation weighed on me. I went from someone who was seen as strong to someone who was exhausted. And I leaked that exhaustion in the form of tears. I never knew when I was going to burst into tears. In the middle of hotels, airports, customer meetings, and once, very memorably, on a first date, when he reasonably and totally innocently asked what I did for a living. This isn't a TED Talk about dating tips, but I'm going to throw one in for free. If you ever want to guarantee that you aren't going to get a second date, you could try bursting into tears on a first date. Here's the thing about resilience: it's not always pretty. Just like you can be terrified and brave, just like you can be funny and sensitive, you can be resilient and overwhelmed. My body was telling me what my heart already knew. I had to shut down the company to stay aligned with my values. I've never regretted doing the right thing, despite how much it cost me. That single decision led me to the most turbulent, destructive, and difficult time of my life. To make my decision, I practiced the 3 habits of resilience. I reflected, repeated, and replaced. I want to walk you through those habits today. Let's talk about the first habit, reflect. You already have a set of values, and you use them to make thousands of decisions every single day. Most of our decisions are automated. If we made that many decisions consciously, it would be absolutely exhausting. Let's look at a few examples. Maybe you don't smoke because you value your health. Maybe you pick up litter because you value our planet. Maybe you give money to people in need because you value generosity. Values are powerful because they're part of you. They have been for a long time, and they're durable. Values inform so many of the ways you move through the world. We make so many values-based decisions subconsciously, it's important sometimes to stop and consciously reflect. To ask yourself, what are my core values and why are they important to me? So I challenge you to write down your top 3 values. Put them on a Post-it note. And put that Post-it note on your laptop, your phone, your bathroom mirror, someplace where you're going to see it every day and be able to reflect on them. Habit 2. Here's the thing about resilience. You've got to practice it daily. You've got to repeat your approach to handling whatever comes your way, because life doesn't stop. It's going to continue to push you, to try to throw you off your game or throw you a curveball. And just so you know, I am now totally out of sports metaphors. But you get the picture, right? Resilient people get ahead of it by practicing every day. When I ask people, how are you going to handle a high-stakes situation, they usually say, don't worry, I got it under control. And that's what I call the fallacy of resilience in high-stakes situations. We believe we can deal with them when they happen. We'll figure it out then. We'll make the hard decisions then. But then is too late. Why? Because we haven't practiced. We will be left flailing and unprepared. Like any skill or muscle, we've got to practice. We've got to build up that resilience muscle memory. Practice taking a deep breath when something catches us off guard. Practice pausing before we react. Practice living life in alignment with our values. I recently met a woman named Julie, and she identified fairness as a core value. And her company announced it was only going to pay bonuses to executives. And that didn't feel fair to Julie. Her team had done the hard work to make the company successful, and they were going to get nothing. So Julie honored her core value of fairness, and she asked her manager to redistribute her entire bonus to her team. She stepped into her resilience, and she didn't hesitate to do the right thing. Just like exercise gets easier when you do it day after day, so does resilience. It becomes natural. You gain confidence and you find your footing in your values. Habit 3 is what I like to think of as the final transformation. Replace. Over time, something extraordinary happens. Once you've identified your values, reflected on them, and you've internalized them, and you've repeated your values by practicing them, you eventually change your behavior in a deep and lasting way. You do this so much that you replace your natural human tendency to react or avoid difficult situations entirely. This transformation takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. It starts with approaching every situation by asking yourself, which of my values does this situation challenge or call on me to activate? You replace. As you build your resilience as a muscle memory, it becomes easier to replace fight or flight with do what's right. Resilience as muscle memory is resilience at scale. Here's what I mean. Resilience is so much more than being strong in the moment. It's so much more than bouncing back or getting through something. It's about standing in your power, capturing every opportunity that comes your way, and living life in alignment with your values. When you reflect on your values, repeat them in your day-to-day life, and replace fight or flight with do what's right, opportunity happens. Doors open. Confidence emerges. You respond to the good things in life just as powerfully as you respond to the stressful or the negative. There's a fearlessness that comes with resilience. You learn to apply it to anything in life, good or bad, big or small. That's what I call resilience at scale. When you can handle absolutely anything that comes your way, from daily challenges like difficult conversations to unexpected events like crying on a first date, to devastating events like divorce or serious illness, or losing millions of dollars and watching a decade of your work and your life collapse around you. I promise you, when you build your life around your values and you practice resilience until it's muscle memory, anything is possible. Thank you.
Who feels like dancing? Who feels like Bollywood dancing? If you're not familiar, Bollywood is an eclectic style of dance with a distinctly global flair where innovative choreographers have been combining classical and folk Indian styles with disco, jazz, jive, salsa, hip hop, and modern. Agni's Bollywood dance performance is sure to inspire you to shake your thing.
fantastic. Wow. One day I'm going to dance like that. I tell you what, the Oscars may have changed the carpet to champagne, but we are keeping the red dot hot in Austin, Texas. Woo! So I'm Marietta Allison. I am partner relations for TEDxAustin, and I've probably spoken to several of you in the audience tonight about partnering with us to present this awesome event. And I know we say it all the time, we couldn't do it without you, but legitimately, we really couldn't do it without you. And we definitely can't do it without our partners that you see here on the wall. So join me in a round of applause in saying thank you. Thank you, partners. Not even everybody wanted their names up there, seriously. It's been a huge community effort, and together we make the spark, the fans, the flame that enables us to rise. So I want to bring on my fellow leaders here, Carol and Adnan. These are the folks that really got it going.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I hope you've been enjoying the talk so far. We definitely wanted to thank our speakers and our performers for sharing their time, their intellectual capital, and their passions and talents with us today. All of our speakers and performers, if you are listening, you are what makes TEDxAustin great. And can we just please give them a round of applause?
Thank you. And along with our partners and speakers, one other folks that we have to say thank you are our team members. Without them, this event is not possible. Some of them have been working with us for over a year to put this, from curating, finding the speakers, putting on this show. They have worked hard, so big applause for them as well.
So we have asked for our representative that was working with X Labs downstairs to come up here, and I'm not sure she has made it up here yet, but we wanted to give you the heads up of what's going on. So downstairs in the shop court, and there are signs when you exit, you'll be able to see it says X Labs, just you're gonna turn toward the right and head downstairs. We have about 18 interactive exhibits that you could use. Thank you. You could enjoy, and activities that you could try, including, I'm going to share one thing that was just literally printed just a couple of minutes ago. We have a typewriter rodeo downstairs as one of the activities, so you can just walk up to them, give them a topic, and they'll write you a poem. This one was called What Maya Taught Me. If every morning is a choice, and I determine my own worth, and I get to use my voice to create a better tomorrow, then I will look fate in the eyes, raise my words up to the skies, leave behind cries and goodbyes, and I will rise. Every day in every way, I rise. They just whipped that up. So. You too can have your own personal poem to take home at the typewriter rodeo. There are so many activities, circuitry and escape room. You guys know about escape rooms, right? We have some students that are running something like that. If you wanted to play with the directional sound, if you listened to that talk this morning, that's set up downstairs. There are about 18 things that you can do. There are also some food trucks downstairs. Holy Cow is here, and Kona Ice. You can have something to snack on, and just enjoy mingling downstairs. So, with that said, we are going to close this part of the program and let you head down so you can explore X Labs at your leisure, and we hope you have a phenomenal experience. Thank you so much for your time today. Thank you. Oh, one other thing. The youth session, the talks, they're starting back up again at 1 o'clock. So for those of you who are here and hoping to hear some more talks, we would love for you to be back at 1 o'clock. We have some great speakers and performers. Thank you.
Now, start making your way up to the auditorium to listen to some amazing, inspiring TED Talks this afternoon.
Just before we start, we're going to go over some housekeeping things that we'll talk about again before the performance starts. But please make sure all of your devices are silenced. And remember, flash photography and videography are not allowed at today's event.
Our amazing Westlake High School tech crew is also going to be filming the entire thing, so please try to keep out of the way of their equipment. And also, if you need to use the restroom please do that between talks. And lastly, the exits in case of an emergency are at the back of the auditorium, and then on either side of the stage at the front.
Thank you all so much for being here today. We're going to start in just a few moments. And again, if you are in the shop court at X Labs, please start making your way up so we can get the show on the road.
Thank you.
Hello. Hey everybody, how's everyone doing? Yeah. I'm Sanaya and I'm a senior at Westlake.
Hey guys, my name is Jenica and I'm a sophomore at Westlake. And this year, Sanaya and I are part of the youth team helping to organize this awesome event. So we got to reach out to sponsors, speakers, and helped organize the X Labs below.
Were you guys as blown away by the X Labs as we were? I mean, those X Labs were insane. Did you guys go to the Typewriter Rodeo X Lab? They make impromptu poems for you, and we have a poem. Yes, we have a poem that was written for us about the event that I'm going to read to us. If every morning is a choice and I determine my own worth and I get to use my voice to create a better tomorrow, then I will look fate in the eyes, raise my words up to the skies, leave behind cries and goodbyes, and I will rise every day in every way I rise.
I mean, that is just deep stuff right there.
They are really talented.
But you know, one of my favorite X Labs was actually the speed dating with a book. I mean, that is one of the most successful speed dating experiments I've ever seen.
Besides Love is Blind.
Yeah,
obviously. Love is Blind is better.
That's, well, debatable. But also, if you did the art one with the flowing paint, make sure to pick up that before you leave because they're wrapping up as well.
Yes.
So are you excited for today's event? And
Yes,
the TED Talks
I
we
am
have
so
out here?
excited for some amazing TED Talks. I know I came in 2019. I saw some amazing student dance performers. So I'm just really excited for the lineup that we have today.
And we're so excited to finally be back after COVID. So how many of y'all have listened to a TED Talk before? Okay, good amount.
Okay,
You know
yeah.
those 10 to 15 minute videos that have like the cool titles and then you click on it and then in 15 minutes you're contemplating life?
You're just like spiraling.
Yeah. Those. So we have those for you today. So we're so excited to have a variety of all different types of TED Talks here today.
Yeah, we have some about directional sound, about art, about identity, all different kinds of things.
And just a few housekeeping things before we start. Please make sure to remember that no flash photography or videography is allowed at today's event. And the Westlake Tech crew is filming our performance for us, so please try not to get in the way of their equipment.
That being said, if you need to use the restroom, they're in the lobby outside, but please do so between performers and between speakers so that you don't interrupt them. And then also, in case of an emergency, the exits that you came through are exits as well as the ones on either side of the stage at the front.
Now, get comfortable, relax, and let's enjoy some amazing TED Talks.
Thank you guys for being here.
Hello everyone, I'm Sia Desai and I'm part of the TEDxAustin youth team, and I just wanted to thank all of you guys for being here on a Saturday day, and thank you so much for coming. So now for our first talk, we get to listen to Camila Yunisova talking about, well, the power of being first. Being the first to do anything is always a really nerve-wracking experience that comes with a side of the good old imposter syndrome. Believe me, being the first child in the house, I learned I live with that every single day. Anyway, Camilla, also being a first child, is going to share about how powerful that journey really is and why we should be reaching for those opportunities instead of shielding ourselves away from them. She has dedicated herself to helping others be the first after being the first herself. And I personally cannot wait to hear what she has to say. So let's give a big welcome to our first speaker, Camila Yunisova.
Allow me to take you to a happy place. Imagine yourself in second grade. It's almost lunchtime, and you realize that when you notice your stomach grumbling. At the same time, your teacher announces it's lunchtime. It's a welcome reprieve from a packed morning of lessons, especially for your teacher. But wait, not only is it lunch, you're also called to be the line leader on the way to the cafeteria. Do you remember that feeling of being a line leader at 8 years old? The power trip of leading your class to the best part of the day? Do you remember the gravitas with which you assumed that position, leading your classmates down familiar halls? Shoulders back, looking ahead. When you move, they move. When you stop, they stop. But did you ever have doubts that you weren't qualified? Did you ever feel uncertain about being able to perform as line leader? Were you questioning if the person behind you thought you looked stupid? Or what would happen if you made a wrong turn and led everyone, tragically, to the opposite side of the school building? Probably not, but I bet these feelings of self-doubt sound familiar to all of you. I'm sure that in your everyday lives, you often find yourself on the brink of taking a vulnerable first step and questioning whether you're ready. I'm sure you've been first to do many things other than lead the line to the cafeteria, whether it was first to present your project in class, first to pick up an instrument, having never done that before, or first to try out for a sports team, knowing very well that athleticism does not run in your family. Did you take those first steps with the confidence or the grace of a line leader? I'll tell you now that I didn't. So what happens? What happens when we grow up? What's the difference between being a line leader at 8 years old and then going first in literally everything else? The difference, put simply, is certainty. The certainty of knowing your hallways of the school give you very little wiggle room to doubt your ability to lead the way. But then, stakes grow higher. The possibility of looking stupid when you try to dance for the first time, for example. The uncertainty of whether speaking up will validate your own fears that you have no idea what you're doing. Or worse, the possibility of failing others, like your parents if you're first in the family to go to college, for example. It's so much easier to feel confident when you already know the outcome. Being a line leader is a lot less risky than treading into unknowns. I was first to go to college in the US in my family, and for a lot of that time, I felt like I didn't belong on that campus. Coming from a public urban education, I really struggled at my university, and there was a clear semester where I was tragically bombing my macroeconomics class, failing one of 2 major midterms. I withdrew from the class to avoid a big fat F on my report card. I started to spiral into feelings of disappointing everyone around me. I could clearly imagine all the rejections that would come from any job application I would ever send, and questions about why I withdrew from class, a class that I needed to graduate for my major. I started to look at transfer applications. This is called imposter syndrome. What helped me in those moments was to think of another first-gen student I knew. We grew up together. She was a year ahead of me in high school, and she had come to the university before me. I always admired her from the side, and I can tell that she was doing just fine. So if she could do it, I asked myself, why couldn't I? And that was the moment that everything turned around for me. I realized my path was lighter because I was walking in her footsteps. I knew the finish line was a possibility because she'd already gone ahead and done it first. When you're first, you risk something called failure, however you want to define that. And let's be honest, failure is the real F word you're scared of more than any other F word coming out of your parents' mouths. That fear of failure can be so crippling, it prevents us from even trying. Have you ever noticed how much easier it is to go second or third? And I'm looking at you younger siblings in the audience. When you go home, make sure to thank your older siblings for the paths that they forged that you get to follow, and more importantly, the example they set for how you can forge your own. So, how do we overcome the uncertainty that we all naturally feel and rise to become braver and bolder when faced with firsts? It's a really good question, and there are 3 things I wanted to share that helped in my own experience. First, failure is a really relative term. When you own a growth mindset, you know that there's always room for learning. Try reframing the possibility of failure into the possibility of learning and see how that feels. You start to realize the worst outcome is probably just embarrassment. Second, if you're worried what others think about you, trust me when I say they don't. Everyone's too busy in their own head thinking about how stupid they might look to even care. Once you internalize this, the weight of seeing yourself through the eyes of others finally lifts and you become lighter. Third, a lot of times we do things that align with our identity that we decide to associate ourselves with. But in the words of Brené Brown, once you shed who you think you are, you can become the person that you're meant to be. When you open up your sense of identity, you allow yourself the space to experiment and to take risks. Now, when I internalized these lessons myself, I started to get really bold with my firsts. I joined the ballroom dancing club in college with no experience dancing before and 2 left feet. And by the time I graduated, I was competing in East Coast competitions. I started a nonprofit organization with my mentor. I had no idea how we were going to run a business. Neither of us have ever done it before. And long after shedding my middle school nickname, Quiet Girl, I'm here on this TED stage giving a public talk. So next time you're doing something for the first time, do it more and do it boldly. Reframe that fear of failure. Let go of what others think. And remember that you're still becoming the person that you're meant to be. So why does this all matter? Well, the power of being first is you never know whose destiny, whose fate in life depends on you taking that first shaky step. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sadie Cohen, and I was on the Logistics TEDxAustin Youth Team this year. Today, I am very proud to introduce Danielle Sundberg and her speech, Making Uncertainty Your Ally. Danielle Sundberg is a former lawyer turned transformational life coach and author who has traveled through 6 continents, gone to the farthest corners of the world, and explored the innermost reaches of the human soul, all in a quest to understand the true meaning of living a fulfilling life. Now, please put your hands together for Danielle Sundberg.
Hi, everyone. When was the last time that you faced the paralyzing fear of the unknown? What did you do about it? I spent my entire life trying to avoid it, and I created a life of stability, security, and safety. And then one day, all of that came crashing down around me, and I stood terrified at the edge of the vast unknown. I thought I had life sorted out. When I got the offer to join my law firm, I secured a future of prosperity, prestige, and respect. And I'd wake up, I'd put on my suit, and I'd walk to the office each day feeling really big and important, but by the time I'd reach for that door handle, I was filled with dread. Months and years went by this way. I'd wake up, hit the snooze button on my alarm clock, not because I was so tired, but because I didn't want to face the life that I had created. When I envisioned moving into a partner's office, which was years down the road, but just a few feet down the hall, and I could see it clearly, my stomach twisted. Despite the appearance of success and having this clear and bright future, on the inside, I was empty and numb to my own life. And my doctor and my therapist diagnosed me with depression. So, this was during the pinnacle of my career. I was defending my client in a month-long trial in a $6 billion judgment. And when I flew home from trial, I was exhausted, overworked, burnt out. That's when the partner on the case called me. And he said, "We have great news, Danielle, congratulations. The jury came back with a verdict. We won." And I said, "Thank you." And before I knew it, I said, "I quit." After the initial shock of what I had just said wore off, I realized something terrifying. I had no idea what came next. Now, we've all had an experience navigating the unknown, whether we chose it or whether it was thrust upon us, switching careers, moving across the country, living through a pandemic. It can feel as though we've been handed a map, and the directions to get where we want to go are covered in a dense fog. The unknown can be paralyzing. It can fill us with fear and anxiety. In study after study, researchers find that any element of unpredictability dramatically increases participants' discomfort. In one study out of London's Global University, the participants were divided into two groups. Group A was told with 100% certainty that they'd receive an electric shock. Group B was told they had a 50-50 chance. And the results found it was Group B that suffered more anxiety because they didn't know their fate. Our brains are hardwired to perceive the unknown as a threat. Our brains are giant prediction machines, and they do everything in their power to find definitive answers, directions to navigate us safely along that map. And while eliminating uncertainty is a natural human tendency, it is exactly this way of approaching life that causes us to live small. When we retract into the safety of what we know, we stop reaching for our dreams, and we let go of what's possible. What allowed me to step into the unknown after leaving behind a successful career without a plan in place, without a job lined up, was one thing that I did know. I needed to live my dreams. And I didn't know what they were, but they were not waiting for me in that office. So I packed up my apartment, and on the wings of a backpack and a smartphone, I traveled the world, exploring this question: how do I create my most fulfilling life? And over 2 years in 6 continents, I completely immersed in the unknown. From language and culture to food and fashion, transforming who I am from the inside out, discovering my passions, becoming an authentic leadership author, speaker, and coach. But more importantly, I became someone who is excited to get out of bed in the morning. So in this side of that journey, I'll share with you the wisdom that I learned so that you can use it in the comfort of your home, in your life, without having to leave your career behind or travel the world. The key to living a fulfilling life is the unknown. It is only by navigating the unknown that we stretch and grow, finding out who we are and what we are capable of. So let's learn the 3 steps to transform the unknown from an enemy to our ally. Step 1 is acceptance. The truth is, we can't eliminate the unknown from life. Philosopher Heraclitus said that no man ever steps into the same river twice, because it's not the same river and he's not the same man. This means that life is constantly changing and the unknown is baked in. So let's accept that sometimes we are holding a map covered in fog, and that's okay. When we can accept that the unknown is a part of life, it does something amazing. it shifts our relationship to it, and we stop seeing it as something bad or wrong or a problem that needs to be fixed, and we see it as something natural, something that we can embrace and even get excited about. So when I left my firm, I could have jumped straight into another law firm or taken any other job. I was extremely hireable. But I knew that if I bypassed the unknown, I would also be bypassing the growth and fulfillment that I was craving. Because when you face the unknown, you grow. That is a certainty. And that certainty can move us from group B to group A, allowing us to relax and giving us permission to say, I don't know, but I will grow. So once we've accepted that we're holding this foggy map, step 2 gives us that clear place to start our navigation. And step 2 is slow down. Come back to this moment. When we're in the fog of the unknown, it means our minds have pulled us out into the future. And the great thing about the present, it is known. Think about it. What is happening right now? What are you doing? What are you thinking? What are you feeling? These are all answerable questions. And the answer to these questions tell us what is needed of us in this moment, giving us calm clarity. So after I left the hustle of the corporate world, I slowed down for maybe the first time in a decade. And I asked myself this question: what is happening right now? And what I found was it was not a live or die moment. I was standing in my kitchen, making a cup of coffee, looking forward to drinking it outside in the morning sun. It's one of my favorite things to do. And answering this question reminded me that I know how to navigate this moment. Now, there are plenty of slowing down and presencing tools out there, from meditation to yoga to a bubble bath. And I invite you to use any tool that works for you, but I will never add anything to your already very full to-do lists. So I invite you to use the question that I used. Ask yourself, what is happening right now? And notice that you create a space for calm clarity to drop in. So now that we have our clear starting place, step 3 orients our compass so we know how to navigate forward. Step 3 is lead from within. So we tend to believe that all the answers to our unknowns are waiting for us somewhere out there. And so we ask outward-facing questions. I'm sure some of you asked at some point over the last few years, will I ever take another vacation? Answers live within the framework of our questions. Meaning, when the unknown is built into our question, the unknown is also built into our answer. We get maybes, it depends, if-thens, hypotheticals, possibilities. Maybe I'll take a vacation next year. It depends on who wins the election. If I can get refundable tickets, then I'll plan a vacation. What we don't get are clear, definitive answers, directions on how to move forward. But when we shift the framework of our questions by leading from within, we point our compass inward towards what we know. Because the truth is, we already know everything that we need to navigate forward. So here I ask another simple question. What do I know? So there I was, standing in my kitchen, pouring my cup of coffee, asking myself this question. What I knew was how to make an excellent cup of coffee. I know just how to bloom the grounds in my French press and how long to wait before pushing them down. I knew I was glad to think about never drinking another cup of coffee in that office ever again. I knew I was excited, imagining where I might drink all my future cups of coffee. And so I knew that a fulfilling life lay waiting for me in those cups. So answering this question gave me my directions forward. I decided to drink coffee all over the world and use travel as my tool to explore what inspires me. And I still use these 3 steps to orient me through all of life's unknowns because, trust me, they continue to come. I might be done with the unknown of leaving my law firm, but I've since navigated getting pregnant and not knowing if that pregnancy would come to term. It didn't. Then holding my 2 children in my arms for the first time and expanding into motherhood without having a clue what that meant. Writing a book of my most intimate stories of transformation and publishing it to the hands of the world. Never being sure if I'm balancing work and family well. And then having my 3-year-old daughter come up to me after a talk and a book signing, a smile beaming on her face, asking, "Mommy, will you sign a book for me?" All of these unknowns have caused me to break down in tears, and they've allowed me to grow past my dreams and reach for things I didn't know were possible. So the next time that you find yourself staring into the fog of the unknown, I invite you to try these 3 steps. Accept that you are in a growth space. This is a natural part of life, and give yourself permission to say, "I don't know." Slow down, find that clear starting place, and ask, what is happening right now? And lead from within. Point your compass inward to source your directions forward. What do you know? You know that you have everything that you need, and you need the unknown. So transform it into your ally so you can create your most fulfilling life. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chloe. I am part of the Youth Partners and Financials team for TEDxAustin, and I am here to introduce our marvelous magician. From a college education in biochemistry to performing in over 20 countries as a professional entertainer, our next speaker brings his incredible sleight of hand performance to the TEDxAustin stage. In addition to his incredible and comedic talents, he also, alongside his wife, fuses his magical profession and his educational background in order to provide therapeutic support and medical lectures throughout the United States. Today, we are overjoyed to welcome him to the TEDxAustin stage as he shows us how finding one's passion can inspire and motivate others. So please join me in welcoming the magnificent Cody Fisher.
What's everybody doing? Oh, there you are. So my name is Cody Fisher, and a little bit more background. You already heard I'm a magician, so I know you're already looking, what's he gonna do? But before I was a magician, I was actually a high school teacher. I taught biology and I taught chemistry. And then I went to graduate school, and when I was working on my doctorate in biochemistry, specifically protein crystallography, if anybody has any problems sleeping, just give me a call. I can cure you of that. But for the past 20 or so years, I've made my living performing magic. So now that I've said that, I have a confession to make. I'm up here speaking today, and I spend most of my life these days on stage speaking, but for as long as I can remember from speaking, all the way from elementary school to middle school to high school, even to this very day, speaking is a very difficult thing for me to do. I struggle with fluency in my speech, specifically stuttering. So I am a stutterer. Now, I know you guys are sitting out there looking and probably saying, he doesn't sound that bad to me. But just like evolution, it is a long and slow and incremental process. And so I tell people when I speak to them, I am a stutterer. I still do it almost every day. But what you are looking at right now is a 50-year-old work in progress. So I have my good days. I have my bad days. But when I was growing up, as far as I knew in my small town, my small school town, I was the only one that I'd ever seen stutter for most of my primary youth. I'd never met another person that spoke like me. And honestly, for the longest time, I thought I was it. Like, I was the dude that did this, right? So, and my mom was my biggest sort of advocate for this because I dealt with stuttering 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It was constantly around me, and it was sort of how I defined myself. I told myself that story. The story was, I'm just a guy that stutters, and that became my story. Now, before I go any further, I know you guys are looking up here like, what's the box? Do you want to know what the box is? Do you want to know what the box is? Okay, I'm going to tell you. So every time I tell somebody I'm a magician, the first thing they ask me, how do you do that? Do you want to know how magic works? I'm going to tell you how magic works. Listen up, take notes, grab a pen and paper. Here's how magic works. There's really only 4 ways that you can make a trick work, and that is through tape, wires, mirrors, or magnets. So that's how magic works. Thank you. You want more? Do you need more? All right, I brought this box with me to actually demonstrate exactly how magic works. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a little creation here I call the box of mystery. Ooh, you know what to do. I love you guys. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to use this to prove exactly how magic works. For this, I need a volunteer. Somebody just right here. You can stay right there. Will you just come up here right to the edge of the stage right over here? And what's your name? Kavya. A big round of applause for my lovely assistant, Kavya. Now, you're going to be the eyes and ears of everybody in here, okay? Just do me a favor. You can touch the box if you want to. Show the back side, the front side. You can even put your hand in there if you want to. Go ahead. I'm just kidding. That was me. Here we go. Go ahead and fill around inside there. Now, Kavya, I'm going to ask you in there, do you see any rolls of tape, buckets of wires, magnets, or mirrors? No? Are you kidding me? That's all that's inside this box, Kavya, is tape, wires, mirrors, and magnets. You had one job, Kavya. That's okay. You did fantastic. Give her another big round of applause. Now, I always start off with that because I ask myself, people always ask me, how does magic work? And people always assume that we as magicians, we fool people. And I don't think that's exactly what we do. I mean, that's what we're hoping for, but I think a better thing that we do is that we get you to convince yourself of something that's actually not true. We get you to tell yourself a story about reality, and the most convincing stories that we often tell ourselves are the ones that we really believe about ourselves. And so for most of my youth, my story to myself was I was the kid who stuttered. Now, like I said, my mom was my biggest advocate. She was the first person to really tell me it's okay to stutter. And she would say, she had the most, wonderful thing. She would say stuff in her little country accent. She would say, honey, it's okay that you stutter. That's just the way you talk. I liked hearing that. But it was also, my mom was the first person to ever show me my very first magic trick. It was in the kitchen of our tiny apartment, and she blew my mind with a card trick. Oh my gosh. You see, most people that knew my mom, they thought that she was amazing because she was a single mom supporting 3 kids on a waitress's salary. I was too young to appreciate that. I thought my mom was amazing because she was able to find my 4 of hearts in a completely shuffled deck of cards. Now, my mom taught me this trick, and once I learned the secret, I was hooked. And magic truly became my passion. I knew that I had to do this. Later on that year for Christmas, I got a Harry Blackstone Jr. magic set. And my mom told me, she said, "You can be a magician." Now, again, I was writing a different story than my mom hadn't planned for me. And she always had a way of twisting things around. I remember, she says, "Have you shown anybody tricks yet in your school?" I said, "No, not yet." I didn't feel confident enough. And I said, "Well, what if they all laugh at me?" I was used to that. But my mom had a way of turning stuff around. She would say something like, "Well, that just means you're not only a magician, you're also a comedian too." I liked hearing that. I remember I would say things like, what would I say things like? Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, I would say, see, early on, I'd only seen two magicians actually on TV before. And I remember telling my mom one time, "I'd never seen another magician who stutters. I don't think I can do this." And again, she sort of flipped the case on me. She says, well, then maybe you'll just be the first. I liked hearing that too. So I practiced and I practiced and I practiced until finally I got up the courage to do my very first magic gig. It was at school. Show and tell. Some of you are too young to know what that means. So it was a little trick with a handkerchief, and here's what happened. I kind of expected laughter. I was kind of used to that. But instead of laughter, after I did this magic trick for my fellow classmates, I heard this. "How did you do that? Do that again. Can you teach me that?" It was the first time in my life I can remember where I was ever the center of attention in a positive way. And ever since I had that, ever since I found my passion, I realized that that's all I wanted to do. Now, on that day, I started to tell myself a different story. I was no longer just the kid who stuttered. On that day, I was the kid who did magic, and it changed my life forever. Now, since then, it's been a very long and drawn-out process, and I think everybody who deals with this probably has a different story. I don't think any two stories are alike. So I went on to become a high school biology teacher and chemistry teacher, but I wasn't just that. I was the teacher that did magic. I went to grad school here at the University of Texas, and I wasn't just the teaching assistant, I was the fun teaching assistant that did magic. Now, I was fortunate enough to marry my high school sweetheart. I've actually known her since the 3rd grade. We didn't date in the 3rd grade. We both had a debilitating condition called cooties. Okay, now you're showing your age. Awesome. But my wife, Deborah, she's an occupational therapist. And together, we've basically taken her passion, which is therapy, and my passion, which is magic. And we've combined it into a program we developed called Rehabracadabra. And it's basically what we do. Yeah, that's hard to say for me. But what we've done is we've basically, using her knowledge of therapeutic techniques, my knowledge of magic, we've together designed certain tricks that we teach to therapists all over the world, over 20 countries worldwide. We go into hospitals, we go into clinics, we lecture for occupational therapists, for physical therapists, for speech therapists. And you may be wondering, how can magic be used in a therapeutic setting? Well, I'm going to tell you. Magic is good for enhancing balance, proprioception, weight shifting, crossing midline, problem solving, coordination, visual tracking, cognitive processing, range of motion, socialization, and of course, speech. You can't present a magic trick by yourself. You have to interact with another human being in order to do that. So, magic is basically, it has taken over every part of my life. And I'm very happy that I had something like that. But before I leave here and before I conclude, I remember I mentioned a little magic trick I did during my show and tell. You guys remember that? Yeah, is anybody interested in seeing that, or are you guys, yeah? Are you sure? Okay, oh, you talked me into it. Okay, check this out. I love this. There we go. All right. Yeah, $175, that's all that thing does. By the way, yeah. So the trick I'm going to do here is called the mystery of the little white handkerchief. Now, I've been doing this trick for over 35 years, and this is not exactly the way I presented it that day in show and tell, but it's pretty darn close. Now, to do this little mystery, you're going to have a few things. You're going to have a magic wand. Now, this magic wand has no magic powers. In fact, my wife doesn't call this a magic wand. She calls it a $75 stick. The second thing you're going to have, of course, is a little white handkerchief. Now, here's what's going to happen. First, I'll do the trick, and then if you like it, you applaud. I will teach you the secret. Fair enough? All right, fantastic. So what I do is you walk out on stage like this. You say, ladies and gentlemen, I have here a little white handkerchief. You run it through your hands once, twice. On the third time, you take the white handkerchief and you poke it into the top of your fist, just like that. You make a little magic gesture. I do all my own choreography, by the way. And a little snap, and out comes the other side. It changes colors from white to red. Thank you very much. The more white I push in, the more red that comes out. The more white goes in the top, the red comes out the bottom. White in the top, red at the bottom, white in the top, red at the bottom. You know, I was just like you the first time I saw this. I was so amazed, I also forgot to applaud. There you are. Watch. Watch. That's my watch. Don't pay attention to that. Watch very carefully. I'm going to push in here just like this. I'm going to pull it out the bottom just like that. And as you can see, the handkerchief has changed from white to red. Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to share with you the secret of how this trick works. I'm not giving anything away here. You can't just, tell a secret, but it's okay to share a secret with people who are interested. Now, I've been doing this trick, like I say, about 35 years I've been doing this trick. And when I do it, people always think they know the secret, but I'm going to share it with you right now. You see, the truth of the matter is I can't really change a handkerchief from white to red. However, I have messed up lots of laundry in my own home. Actually, the way this trick works here is that you don't just use one handkerchief. You actually have to use two handkerchiefs. I keep the second one sneakily hidden right here inside my left hand. Any questions? Okay, we're good. Here we go. So what you do, when no one is looking, you take a red handkerchief. Actually, it can be any color at all as long as it's red. You stuff this deep down inside your fist just like this. And whatever you do, don't come walking out on stage like this. This is called the element of surprise. You're going to ruin the element of surprise. Stuff it in your hand just like that. Take the handkerchief like this and wave it up and down like this. This is called misdirection. See, if you're looking up here at this hand, you're not paying attention to this hand down here. So, and also, second thing, don't open the left hand or they're going to see yeah, you're going to see the red handkerchief. They're going to know you have two, and it ruins the trick. What you do is you take the white handkerchief and place the white handkerchief right here on top of the red handkerchief that's secretly hidden inside your left hand. Let me share with you the dynamic of the room after doing this trick for about 35 years now. The youngsters in here, the kiddos, they think this is amazing. They're just amazed by this. If there's any moms in here right now, they find this extremely frustrating. And every dad in here with a smartphone is looking this up right now. You don't have to, because I'm going to tell you exactly how it works. And I'm going to do that by leaving a little bit of the red sticking out the bottom. Now, we have a technical name for that in magic. We refer to that as leaving some of the red sticking out the bottom. Industry term, don't worry about that. So what you do is this. If you have a red handkerchief in this hand, you have a white one in this hand, it's very simple. It's just an optical illusion. If you put the white one in top and you pull the red one out the bottom, it creates the optical illusion that the white one is actually changing into the red one, when in fact it's just changing places with the red one. Now, I didn't tell you what the magic wand is for. The magic wand is for this. Sometimes I'll get halfway through this trick and somebody will scream out, "Open your hand." Thank you for being here. I'm almost out of time. If they say open your hand, I take the magic wand, I tap the red one, I tap the white one, and now I can open my hand, but I can never do the trick again because I don't have a red one. I never really had a white one. The truth of the matter is I only have one. It's half red, half white. And that's the mystery of the color changing handkerchief. Now, thank you, thank you. Now I want to ask you, did I fool you? Yes? Or did you fool yourselves? Because, because it's very important, the stories that we tell ourselves. And my wish for everybody in here is that everybody in here, whatever it may be, find your passion, try new things. And once you find your passion, use that passion to somehow motivate and inspire other people. Because when you use your passion to motivate someone, to lift someone up, congratulations, you also just found your purpose. Thank you very much.
Hey fellow students, my name is Miranda and I worked on organizing X Labs as part of the TEDxAustin youth team, which I hope everyone enjoyed. That was a truly incredible magic performance by Mr. Fisher, and I would like to introduce a woman with different magical powers, Suman Sherwani. Suman is an avionics system engineer at SpaceX, working on the Dragon spacecraft missions that take astronauts, science experiments, and supplies to the International Space Station. As a former project manager and systems engineer on NASA science missions, Suman is a truly remarkable engineer, also making the Forbes 30 Under 30 science list in 2021. Let's give a warm welcome to Suman Sherwani with her talk, Reaching for the Stars and Following What Excites You.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Like she said, my name is Suman Sherwani. I'm an engineer at SpaceX and also a former project manager and systems engineer on NASA science missions. A lot of people ask me how I chose to do what I do today. And the truth is, I didn't exactly choose it. I absolutely did not have a linear path in mind. What I did choose to do was really just whatever excited me the most. It was just a series of decisions based on trusting my gut, following my heart, and listening to that little voice inside my head that was like, wow, this is cool. This is something that I want to do. And so when I started college, I decided to study electrical and computer engineering, not because I had a linear path in mind, but because it encompassed a lot of different things that I was interested in. I was interested in electric cars. I worked at Tesla for some time while I was in college. I was interested in the electrical signals in your brain. I'm deeply interested in how the human mind works, but also just everyday things, like your cell phones. It blew my mind that it was something that I used every single day, but I had no idea how it worked, and I really wanted to know. So because of this choice, I had the opportunity to explore a lot of different kinds of things while I was in college. I joined a photonics research lab, which studied how to use solar cells to detect cancer in humans. I joined a research lab in Gifu, Japan, which used really fast little circuits for image recognition purposes. But I think the opportunity that changed me forever was when a new professor named Dr. David Miles joined our university, and he brought with him a program called the Sounding Rocket Field School in Norway. And I just got so excited when I heard that. I didn't even know what a sounding rocket actually was, but I knew this sounded really cool, and I really wanted to do it. As it turns out, a sounding rocket comes from the words to sound, which means to measure. And a sounding rocket is an instrument-carrying rocket that can take measurements and perform scientific experiments during its suborbital flight. It's literally rocket science. And so, of course, I applied, and when I got there, well, I got in, but when I got there, I was greeted by students from all over the world who were just as excited as I was. And the purpose of the program was to give students the opportunity to lead their own rocket campaign. We got to build the science instruments that went on the rocket, but we also got to take on key roles of the launch campaign. I got to be Launchpad Supervisor, which is just a really fancy way of saying I got to be the person who pushed the big red button to launch the rocket. And sitting there in mission control, pushing the big red button and watching that rocket shoot straight into the clouds, I was so excited. Not just in that moment, but for the future too. So when I returned to the university, I went straight to that professor and I said, how can I do this for the rest of my life? I didn't even know people actually do this. How can I do this? And basically he said, why don't you start by joining my lab? He was working on a cool new mission called ICI-5. ICI-5 was a Norwegian-sounding rocket mission that would launch out of Svalbard, Norway, to study the Northern Lights. And he was going to put a magnetometer on ICI-5 to study the magnetic fields of the Northern Lights. And of course I said yes. I didn't think twice, I was too excited. I didn't think about how I was already overloaded in my classes, or I already had so many other responsibilities. I knew I had to say yes, because I was too excited about this. This would give me something to be excited to wake up for every day and make all of the other hard work worth it. As fate would have it, that rocket would launch the same month that I graduated from college. So for the next year, I got to work extensively on this project. I got to go to Norway twice to help integrate the instrument into the rocket, but I also got to go to Svalbard for the launch in December 2019. So when we went to Svalbard, we went for something called the 2-week launch window, which basically means we have 2 weeks to find the perfect conditions of the Northern Lights to launch the rocket into. It was the second day of the 2-week launch window. It's about 6 o'clock in the morning. I had just taken a 2-hour thermodynamics final exam, because even though I was missing my exams, I still had to take them. And I decided to take a walk to clear my mind. Svalbard is a really beautiful place, but in December, in the winter, it's 24 hours of darkness because it's basically at the North Pole. And because it's a remote research facility, cell phones and stuff don't work there. You basically have to be connected via a cable to the internet to communicate with anyone. So I'm walking around, I'm looking up, and the sky is starting to turn green. I'm like, wow, this is pretty. Maybe we're gonna get some good auroras soon. And I start walking back to the building where everybody's monitoring everything on their computers, and I go inside, and as soon as I get inside, they're like, it's time to launch. We're launching in 2 minutes, the conditions are perfect. I'm like, okay, here we go, it's happening. So I grab my camera and I run outside. I just make it. And like I said, it's complete darkness in December, but as soon as the rocket engine ignited, everything around it lit up. And I got to watch as the rocket carrying the instrument I worked so hard on went straight into the Northern Lights. It was the coolest thing I'd ever seen, the single proudest moment of my life. When I returned to the United States, I had 2 options. NASA had offered me a job to work on the rockets themselves. So instead of working on the science instruments that go on the rockets, I could actually work on the rockets themselves. But my professor had also offered me a job. He had a number of NASA experiments that he was working on, but he was also working on a new project called MAGIC. And MAGIC was a new kind of magnetic field instrument. If you've ever seen a spaceflight magnetometer, which I'm not expecting you guys to have, but if you have and you've seen a lot of them, you'll notice something. You'll notice that they all look exactly the same. And there's a reason for this. They're all made up of the same key component called a ring core. In the 1960s, the United States Navy and a company called Infinetics developed these ring cores, and they made a whole bunch of these. But then Infinetics went out of business, and the Navy lost the documentation. So the recipe was lost to history. Fast forward to today, we're actually running out of them, and the United States is losing the capability to make these spaceflight magnetometers. So what the team at MAGIC decided to do was to reverse engineer the recipe for these ring cores so that we could continue making them. If we were successful in this, this would be important for a number of reasons. The first one being that we could continue making spaceflight magnetometers and take these key magnetic field measurements. But the second one was, if we were successful in doing this, they didn't have to be the same shape anymore. We could make them smaller. So instead of putting one magnetometer on one satellite and taking one measurement in space-time, we could make 100 smaller magnetometers and put them on 100 smaller CubeSat satellites and take 100 measurements in space-time. We could also make them different shapes, stack them in different ways, and get new kinds of magnetic field data that we never had before. Long story short, we were successful in doing this, and we even built a new kind of magnetic field instrument called a tesseract, which gave us better and more meaningful magnetic field data than we ever had before. We were super excited about it. NASA was super excited about it too. They actually asked us to put our magnetic field instruments, the two new kinds that we developed, on two new sounding rocket missions and two new satellites, which would study reconnection at the magnetospheric cusp. It was awesome. Fast forward to today. I work at SpaceX. I work on something called the Dragon spacecraft. And Dragon is really cool because right now it is the only spacecraft in the United States and only one of two in the world that can take astronauts, science experiments, and supplies to the International Space Station. And the International Space Station, to me, is the single coolest and most complex engineering project that humanity has undertaken in our lifetimes. Not only is it a point of collaboration between 5 international space stations, it's literally a science lab that orbits the Earth every 90 minutes. And what's cooler than the fact that we've managed to develop a science lab that orbits the Earth is the science that we do inside of it. We've learned so much about the human body and the human mind by studying it in space. For example, by studying the effects of microgravity on the cardiovascular system, we've been able to develop new treatments for cardiovascular disease. And by studying the effects of isolation in space on our mental health, we've been able to develop new treatments for anxiety, depression, and other mental illnesses. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. The sad thing about the International Space Station is that it's going to be decommissioned in 2030, which means it's going out of business and we're no longer going to be using it. But the story doesn't end there. There's a number of private space companies that are already developing their own private space stations. But bigger than that is in the next few years, we're going back to the moon. And this time we're going to stay. In 2024, Artemis 2 is going to fly around the moon. And in 2025, for the first time since 1972, human beings are going to land on the moon again. The thing about the International Space Station is humans spend up to 6 months at a time there. Now we're going to be spending a lot longer. And what this means to me is we're going to be getting a lot more data on how the human body and the human mind works. And that's fundamentally going to change the way we understand ourselves. How do our brains work? How do our bodies work? What does it even mean to be human? Something else I'm really excited about is the prospect of commercial space travel. In 2021, SpaceX sent the first commercial crew into space. And since then, a number of companies have been working on ways to make space more accessible for everyone. I imagine a future in which taking a short trip to space is going to be just as easy as it is to book a flight. And you might ask me, why would I want to go to space? That's a fair question. I've always wanted to be an astronaut, so you don't have to ask me twice. But for everybody who didn't have the same dreams as me when I was a kid, I'll give you one really good reason. And that reason is the overview effect. The overview effect is a term used to describe the profound experience that astronauts report after seeing the Earth from space for the first time. They realize how fragile and interconnected it really is. They no longer see boundaries and borders and politics. Instead, they consider themselves to be citizens of the world and feel interconnected to every other human being and every other form of life on Earth. And they recognize the responsibility that they have to protect the Earth and to protect that life. When I was a kid, I would always say, I want to be an astronaut one day. And for the first time in history, I can confidently say, I hope that everyone in this room gets to be an astronaut one day. I hope that everyone we know gets to be an astronaut one day, because that's going to be possible in our lifetimes. And that's fundamentally going to change the way we see the Earth and the way that we see each other. And that's a future I'm excited for. And that's what I'm most excited about. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It is my greatest pleasure to introduce to you Arnav Srinivasa, Arya Gulpali, and C. Nash Cohen. These three incredible 8th graders at WRMS just recently won 5th place in the world at the Global Future City Engineering Competition for their innovative, research-based ideas about combating climate change in city planning and design. In addition to being future city innovators, they are also involved in a wide array of other hobbies and activities. Arnav is a skilled chess player, violinist, swimmer, and pianist. He's also extremely passionate about math and engineering and is also involved in robotics as well as Future City. Arya is an enthusiastic science fiction reader and is passionate about things like computer programming, robotics, investing, and video games. Over the past 3 years in Future City Engineering, he has also become deeply interested in innovation, especially in areas like space exploration, sustainability, and climate change. Nash is an avid traveler who just returned from an adventure in Egypt. His other destinations include Sweden, Costa Rica, and Mexico, and he also loves camping and canoeing. All three of these impressive students are excited and hopeful that innovations in climate change technology and engineering will help us combat the challenges that climate change poses to our planet. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Arya, Arnav, and Nash to the TED stage.
For several years, world leaders have been sounding the alarm bells over irreversible climate change. Climate change is not a problem of the future. It is happening right here, right now. As the first generation to experience the devastating effects of climate change, it is upon us to address them.
Our planet is being destroyed by our actions, such as polluting our oceans, failing to reduce carbon dioxide emissions, and destroying natural ecosystems and biodiversities.
It is crucial that we take responsibility and work towards a more sustainable future.
I'm sure y'all remember the historical winter storm that happened in Austin in February 2021. This storm brought record-breaking cold temperatures, power outages, water shortages, leaving millions of people without heat or running water for several days. This shocking event has occurred every single year since, with each storm expanding over more and more areas of Texas.
During the summer of 2019, Austin experienced a heat wave that lasted for weeks, with temperatures reaching as high as 110 degrees Fahrenheit. These extreme temperatures caused power outages and strained the city's electrical grid, which raised concerns for public health and safety. People were advised to stay indoors and take precautions when outdoors to avoid heat-related illnesses.
If climate change continues, Texas will see a 5% increase in humidity and 6.5 months per year of temperatures above 96 degrees Fahrenheit. Additionally, climate change will also disproportionately affect southern states, as by 2070, the most suitable places to live in America will move upwards, and parts of Nevada, New Mexico, Texas, and Arizona will be too hot to live in.
The extreme temperatures will also have a significant impact on the agriculture in the region as well. The hot temperatures will cause a lot of the crops to become dry, reducing the amount of agricultural yields and quality as well. Additionally, livestock will also be heavily impacted as farmers try to keep cattle cool and hydrated during the hot summer months. By 2060, you could see Texas experiencing over a 92% decrease in agricultural productivity. But how does this affect us? Going on a more local scale, in a couple of years, you could see your daily fruits and vegetables becoming scarce, making the price 2 or 3 times as much as it previously was. Beef, eggs, chicken would become a lot harder to stock in our supply chains.
So you can pretty much expect no more Chick-fil-A or Whataburger.
We all understand the importance of switching to a more conservative lifestyle that protects the environment. We know that switching to a more sustainable system that protects the planet and its resources is needed. By transitioning to more renewable energy sources, reducing our carbon footprint, and by implementing eco-friendly practices, we can help mitigate climate change. We can create a cleaner and safer place for everyone. It is our collective responsibility to take action now and ensure a more sustainable future for all.
Recently, we took part in a competition where we had to make a city in the future that could adapt and mitigate climate change. We also had to make a model for that city, which highlighted all aspects of it, such as our city services and our advanced and futuristic technologies. We had to analyze information from today, then make up strategies, then use those strategies to combat the problems in our city.
We learned that above everything else, innovation is key. We already have the right technologies to combat climate change. We just need to find ways to repurpose them into something that could benefit us all. As we got deeper into our research, what struck us deeply is how inequitable the impacts of climate change can be. The poorest countries and communities around the world will be affected disproportionately.
Some of the most massive challenges we face today in fighting climate change is untangling ourselves from the reliance of fossil fuels. Yes, it's important for nations and communities to focus on renewable energy sources such as wind, solar, geothermal, but we also have to acknowledge the economic and geographical disparities that exist to tap into such resources across the world. A lot of developing countries are energy insecure and need cheap sources of energy. Their infrastructure, technology, and economic realities are different from developed countries like the United States. How do we break these dependencies? How do we democratize and promote energy equity for all? We need to take the first step so that others can follow in our footsteps. Current research on mini fusion reactor technology certainly looks promising. We also need to address the energy needs that will arise from the lack of access to fresh and clean water. A large-scale desalination is going to be a necessity in some parts of the world. And the incredible energy required to do this makes us need to think about the energy that powers the stars. Exciting breakthroughs in fusion that may yield breakthroughs in the coming decade could greatly move the needle in mankind's favor. Another area where we can make a profound impact on the planet is by reducing our energy needs. By widespread adoption of public transportation, telecommuting, and ride-sharing, these may not seem like much, but during the global pandemic lockdown, global carbon emissions reduced by up to 6%. Air conditioning is also another area that needs disruptive technologies. New breakthroughs in material science, such as ultra-white pigment that can reflect up to 99% of infrared light and heat, can reduce the energy needed for cooling in urban environments. Every step we take in widespread adoption of energy mitigation strategies can help us make fighting climate change more tractable to solve.
Food is also a very heavy topic to discuss as well. Part of our culture and identity is wrapped up in the food we enjoy and share. But current industrial scale cattle farming and poultry farming has had a profound impact on our planet's climate, and we need to learn to confront these problems head on.
How do we make it more sustainable and ethical? How do we balance the livelihood of the people, the population, the protein requirements of everyone, as well as the carbon impact of our current practices? What methods do we have for carbon capturing that we can deploy? How do we reconcile that as the earth warms, the area for growing produce and raising cattle will become increasingly scarce and expensive? These are problems that require multiple approaches.
Our model city tried to project the needs of all our population and allocate resources to dense urban vertical farming, aquaculture, hydroponics, and lab-grown proteins to shore up our food supply chain. This project also gave us inspiration to come up with our own engineering solutions on a planetary scale. Sulfate aerosol dispersant, which basically mimics a volcanic reaction, can help us radiate heat away from an area. Cloud brightening can increase the amount of sunlight reflected, and space-based reflectors, such as reflective satellites, can help us greatly mitigate climate change. In our project, we used this research to come up with our own technology, the spectral radar technology.
The spectral is basically a giant centrifugal slingshot launcher, meaning that it spins very rapidly in a circle to launch a projectile high into the upper atmosphere. These projectiles contain microbots, which can selectively make their surface more reflective and can be triggered to swarm together to self-assemble into a very large solar reflective disk that can dramatically cool down surface temperatures. New technologies in desalination and water filtration can help us purify contaminated groundwater and seawater, as well as new and more efficient water management systems can help increase access to fresh and clean water. Breakthroughs in AI could help us revolutionize the healthcare industry by being able to increase the speed and accuracy of diagnostics and by also being able to predict and prevent new diseases, as well as revolutionize the education industry by personalizing experience for students.
These ideas, which may be deemed risky, will have to be explored given the scale of climate challenges we will have to face if we continue our current trajectory of warming the planet. As we read about all the solutions humanity has to offer, the more we're convinced it will take a system engineering, multidisciplinary approach to take all our best innovations and synergistically amplify our technologies to tackle this problem.
The urgency of climate change cannot be overstated. The devastating effects of climate change can already be felt, evidenced by the extreme weather events and natural disasters that are occurring with increasing frequency and intensity. Climate change does not only impact one particular region or population, it affects us all. And we need to take responsibility for our actions and work together towards a more sustainable future.
Transitioning to renewable energy sources, reducing our carbon footprint, and by implementing eco-friendly practices, these are all great steps we can take to mitigate climate change. As individuals, we can help fight climate change by implementing more eco-friendly ways in our daily lives, educating ourselves and others about climate change, and by speaking out and acknowledging that these problems are present and need to be dealt with. By working together, we can create a cleaner and healthier planet for the sake of our current and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everybody! My name's Ornith Jahid and I'm part of the TEDxAustin Youth team. And I've been a part of the logistics team. I'm super happy to be a part of planning this absolutely amazing event, and I'm glad that we've seen all these amazing speakers so far. I'm here to introduce to you the one and only Anushka Soni. Anushka is a born and raised Austinite who works in environment and in sustainability. She's going to be talking to you about how you live your life and how you can make your life more sustainable. Sustainability is making our world a better place for our future generations. Now, may I introduce you the one and only Anushka Soni.
Hi everyone, my name is Anushka Soni. I'm going to start off by inviting you to close your eyes for a second. I want you to think about your daily routine this morning. Starting off by waking up and going to brush your teeth. Now I want you to picture your toothbrush in your hand. I want you to think about all the different facets that make up your toothbrush. Notice, what might it be made of? Now squeeze out some of the toothpaste onto those plastic nylon bristles. For many of you, you're squeezing a tube made of HPDE or high-density polyethylene, which is a type of plastic that must go through a rigorous, resource-draining cleaning process before having the chance to be recycled. All right, now you finish brushing your teeth and you make your way over to the shower. Same story. That shampoo, conditioner, body wash bottle are all probably made from things like HPDE. Even the clothes that we put on every single morning are made from things like polyester, nylon, and spandex, which are all different types of plastic. And what are the solutions we see on TV, on social media, on that one WikiHow blog that everyone somehow read when they were in 5th grade? 1, carry a reusable water bottle. 2, turn off the lights when you're not using them. And 3, ever so effortlessly go vegan. And the list goes on. Now, I'm not saying that these practices are bad at all. All I'm saying is that it's not enough, in most cases not affordable, and definitely not feasible to be expected of every single human being. In this world we live in, sustainability is this sort of untouchable, posh, high-class concept. It's unattainable, unobtainable, and impossible. Especially in Austin, we already have food and gas prices rising. I mean, many of our grocery stores are even on it. Sustainable alternatives to household items are about $1 to $2 more on average, more than the generic household care items. And now you might be asking, well, Anushka, how do I do it then? You know, I don't have enough money, I don't have access to public transportation, and I'm too busy to be eco-friendly, but I can't help it because being unsustainable is so much easier. And we see this a lot in America. According to a 2017 study, 42%, almost half, of consumers in the United States are not willing to pay more for eco-friendly products. In most cases, the less sustainable option is more affordable. The less sustainable option is more manageable. Oh my gosh, I'm running late for school. I don't have time to take out my reusable cup for Starbucks to fill up my coffee in and get a 10-cent discount. So what do? Where does this disconnect get bridged? This is where business comes in. And when I talk about business and when I say business, I'm not just talking about through or in the professional world. I'm talking about institutionally, organizationally, and anywhere and everywhere in the physical world. But this process of attaining universal sustainable practices is not going to be easy. Yes, you don't have to go vegan to save the planet, but some amount of effort must collectively be made in order to make progress. This is also an issue that requires social action and alignment, talking, making it cool, and being creative. So here are 3 unique, actionable, and feasible items for you to tackle sustainability from a business perspective. 1, start with a story. It's important to remember that everything starts from intention. In order to call attention to something, we need people to be able to listen, not only hear us, but listen to us. And a way we can do this is through unconventional storytelling. When I was 11 years old, me and my parents, I only have parents, I don't have siblings, we moved into the house that we're currently living in today. And one day, when I was 11, we visited the house, we visited the construction site, and right in front of my eyes, I saw this beautiful, full, lush oak tree being cut off in front of my eyes. And the sound of the saw was so loud. And that oak tree was being cut in place of my room. There was no way to transplant the tree or save it from its maybe 50 to 100-year-old life at that point. And in that moment, I truly felt guilty. I felt responsible for the environment. But I only got this perspective because I had that experience. And if we start sharing experiences like this, people will not only hear us, but they'll start listening. And if people can listen to us, so can large corporate companies. So who do I talk to? You might be asking, who do I talk to? Start small. Peers, friends, and family. Then go on to teachers, and eventually administrators and decision makers at your schools, communities, and organizations. But Anushka, how do I talk to them? Or not talk to them if you're an introvert. Share your story through social media, school announcements, and content creation platforms. And while you're at it, use your story to call people out in your schools, communities, and organizations you're a part of. Suggest the use of sustainable materials. If you're doing a science project for school, think about how can you implement the use of sustainable resources. Instead of using a styrofoam cup for a diorama that's probably going to be thrown out in a week or so, try using a paper one. Number 2, feasible and fun. I think it's pretty clear that people are not going to be sustainable unless they actually really want to do something about it. And you might be asking, well, Anushka, how do I do that? How do we make people listen, and how do we make people actually want to do something? We make it a trend. People love trends. We've all seen the Visco Girl 2019 Metal Straw TikTok loving girl say, "Save the turtles." And that alone made a huge impact. That alone made such a huge impact. All these corporate companies were so scared that they're using all these plastic materials, they started investing in metal straws. And now going back to the feasibility part, start going to events and volunteering. High schoolers, I know y'all are looking for those NHS service hour points any chance you get. Yeah, paying for your friend's lunch at one time in October is not going to cut it for service hour points. So start going to beach cleanups in your area. Last summer, I studied abroad in Taiwan, and I went to a beach cleanup. And in this environment where I kind of knew nobody, I didn't know the language, I didn't know the culture, I was still able to make so many friends at this event. You know? So you might be thinking, well, Austin doesn't even have any beaches. What am I supposed to do? We have Ladybird Lake. It's close enough. Another thing to do is try to shop small. Kind of switch up your shopping habits. Go thrifting. Make it a game to shop at a different place once in a while. And while you're at it, stay away from fast fashion. Even though it's cheap, it's not good for the environment or your bank account over time. In fact, the word sustainability doesn't even have a legal definition. So companies are able to kind of mold the word sustainability around anything they want to as little as using twine to put on their price tag on clothes instead of an elastic string for aesthetics. And lastly, number 3, be heard. The current environmental crisis is unique in that the crisis affects everyone. Even in the deepest, darkest corners of our earth, you will still find plastic. So your engagement matters. I myself have worked with companies that have sought out biodegradable alternatives to things like polypropylene and nylon tights. Now, this doesn't mean that you have to go out of your way and work with companies that are eco-friendly and starting to develop all these alternatives. It just means to start thinking about it. Think of new innovations. Companies are constantly in need of new ideas. Plus, now they have a reason for consumers to invest in them. And be creative. This is a crisis that requires our imagination. So even if you thought of creating a giant vacuum that sucks up all the pollution from the air when you were younger, start talking about it. While these ideas may seem funny and impractical, they can inspire not only kids, but adults to start thinking creatively about our environmental problems and come up with solutions that are more practical and effective. So, the next time you're brushing your teeth, whether it's tonight, tomorrow, or in a few days, no judgment, I hope you consider potentially brushing your teeth with solar-powered wooden toothbrushes, or even ones made from cassava, cornstarch, or sugarcane. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So we've had some amazing talks and performances so far that have gotten us to think, reflect, and some that have gotten us to do some real soul searching. But for the next 10 minutes, your only job is to sit back, relax, and be entertained by our next performance, the Westlake Improv Troupe, or WIT. As many of you know, improv is an unplanned, unscripted performance that showcases the creativity of our performers, and better yet, the troupe is made up of all Westlake High School kids. They've done many performances, shows, and other events, and today they're here to make us laugh. After all, according to their motto, it's time to laugh till our cheeks hurt. Just forewarning, of course. So without further ado, introducing the Westlake Improv Troupe.
Hello, everybody. My name is Meredith Yanchek, and I'm the director of theater here at Westlake High School. And these four people are representatives from the Westlake Improv Troupe, or WIT, and I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves.
Dia, Lance, Julia,
Kian. They're also really big fans of the musical Hairspray. So what we're going to do is sort of show you about how improv can encourage healthy risk-taking. So right now, the first thing we're going to do is two of them are going to step forward, and we're going to do a 3-line scene that's going to show you character, setting, conflict, and they have not planned this beforehand because we're going to get a prompt from you. So I need, from someone in the audience, I need someone to give me a word that begins with the letter T. T, yeah, with the hand raised right there. Such good, yes. That's you, right there. T. Turtle? Turtle. The word is turtle. Go.
You let the turtles loose again. I think I'm gonna have to fire you.
Sorry, boss. Sometimes I get a little hungry on the job.
The city's covered in, they're being terrorized by turtles. You're fired.
Okay, so if they could do that with just 3 lines of dialogue, it's gonna be, I hope, it's gonna be impressive to see what story they can form with about 6 minutes on the clock. So what we decided we were gonna do for this round was to ask you for a band name of a band that doesn't exist. Yes. I heard Tiger. Tyreek Hill, the musical? Adam musical. I don't even know what that is. Should I? Oh, can we just, I want to be generic. Can we say basketball but a musical? Oh, a football. Football but a musical.
You know, Coach, I'm tired of just being an old football player, you know? I feel like there's something more I can do.
Something more to do with your life, kid?
But what could it be?
Listen, when you get into football, there's no going back, all right? I'm like the dad from High School Musical, son, you know? There's nothing outside of sports for you, bud. You're never leaving this. It's a pit that you fall down into.
High School Musical?
No.
Musical, we should be in a band, but call it a musical. It should be a football-themed musical band.
I did not disagree to that.
This is my dream.
You're singing now, son.
Can we start the band? Oh, please, Coach.
You don't know the history that I have with musicals.
Teach me.
No, it's too hard. You don't understand, son.
I don't understand most things. I play football. I only know football.
That's true. You do have.
Okay, match my note.
Okay.
A little lower. Ready?
Okay.
Okay, now harmonize.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're ready.
Okay.
So as you know,
Yes, I know.
we're scheduled to perform the America Singing Yay at the football stadium, but they made it all pretty for us, so they're gonna have grass. They're gonna have some lines on the grass. And there's gonna be like a performance, football's gonna do something, and then we're gonna be on, and then football's gonna do something. Is that okay?
Yeah, but are they gonna have lights?
Yeah, there's gonna be lights.
Oh my God, there's gonna be lights?
Okay.
So are we gonna rehearse beforehand with the football players, or are we just gonna they're gonna do their thing and then we're just gonna go?
I have not checked with them. If you want to send them an email, shoot them an email.
Okay.
Shoot them a little mail. Okay, we'll hear back from them soon. Okay, but
Oh, you got an email.
Yeah, I just got an email that says they're doing some musical stuff.
Well,
And
this
they,
is the perfect opportunity
well,
for me, Coach.
They're under the impression, well, because we're the football players.
Coach?
Yeah. I'm going to be honest, son. I think they want us to sing.
That's perfect,
I think
Coach.
that's what they're asking us to do. Now, I don't know if I'm ready for this.
So, Coach, quick question.
Yeah?
I want to do this, but do you happen to know how to sing? Can you teach me real quick?
Oh, gosh, I don't know.
I need to know how to sing if I'm gonna be in a band.
Oh, gosh. Okay, give me a song, son.
Any song?
Any song at all.
Cotton Eye Joe.
How does that one go again?
Hey.
did you take your throat coat? Did you get your honey? Do you got your peppermints? Ooh, I don't know about the peppermints. That's okay. You don't need them, Miss Lizzie. You got your throats feeling good. I got my throat's feeling good. All right. You and I. Did you get a response in the email? No, unfortunately, they said okay! Exclamation point. So you did get a response. I did get a response. They said we're gonna do a musical with them. Oh boy! Yeah! What musical? Football the musical.
If it hadn't been for Cotton Eye Joe, I'd have been married.
She'd have been married.
Ago. See, son, Cotton Eye Joe, he was your father.
My father.
Yeah, you ever wonder where he went?
Cotton Eye Joe?
He was gone a long time ago.
Where did you come from? Where did you go?
Where did you go?
Cotton Eye Joe.
Cotton Eye Joe.
Cotton
Once
Eye
was my bro, and then off he went. He went with a show.
Cotton Eye Joe.
Cotton Eye Joe.
Cotton Eye Joe.
Where did you go?
Where did you go?
Cotton Eye Joe.
So
that was the first rehearsal, I think.
So I think that went pretty well.
I think so
pretty
too.
well. Guys,
We're
I
ready
think there
for the
might
big
be professional, like, musicalers now.
This shall be my profession.
I don't know how I feel about doing a musical all about my ex-husband leaving me, to be entirely honest, but
wait,
I'm sure
you
there
were
are several pre-existing musicals of that exact same plot. You'll be fine.
You were married to Cotton Eye Joe? I was married to Cotton Eye Joe too.
Mom?
I have never seen such a magical musical. I know that it's going to hit Broadway, and you're all going to buy tickets, right? Thank you for that affirmative response. We've been Westlake Improv Troupe. We have a show on Friday at 7 if anybody's interested. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Arnav, and I'm on the media team here at TEDxAustin. Our next speaker is the CEO and co-founder of All of It Now, a creative agency based in Los Angeles. He has background in live event and TV production, virtual production, system design, and digital marketing. Working on projects such as Coachella and America's Got Talent, he brings a diverse background of practical effects, live production, and brand marketing to every project. Here to talk about the intersection of technology and storytelling, please welcome to the stage Danny Firpo.
Hey everyone. Really great to be part of this stage here today. Some incredible performers alongside me, and today I'm going to talk a little bit about first of all the active production. For me, I come from more of a behind the scenes, kind of in the tech booth, backstage, behind the scenes. So being on stage for me is a little bit different today. But what I'm going to talk about here is the active production, the active creation. And specifically within this kind of confines of virtual production and game engine technology and how that's going to kind of change the way that we interact with content and media in the future. And so, first of all, kind of what is virtual production? The way that we use virtual production is kind of to use a big team with a big screen to tell big stories in big ways. We're using a combination of cameras and LED walls and tracking technology and game engines to essentially create virtual worlds and then place people kind of inside those virtual worlds. It's really, really cool because ultimately what happens is that these are responsive environments that are often created in a matter of days, weeks, months, rather than years. And what that means is that we're working within these kinds of really tight timelines to put big content on big screens, creating these big environments. And with technology that's relatively new to this space, it's been around for 10 years, it's been around for maybe 5 years at the most. And so we're really at the frontier of what's possible in storytelling and entertainment, in the ways that that are changing of how we make TV shows, movies, and what we want to also talk about is games and narrative experiences. And so that bridges with this concept of transmedia. And what transmedia is ultimately is kind of content that transitions from one medium to another. And right immediately there are probably some really great examples that kind of resonate. Most recently we've seen some smash hits of The Last of Us transitioning from a game to a TV show. One of the all-time greats, which is Star Wars, which transitions from a film to a series of games to books to TV shows, and spans off into kind of dozens of universes and planets and galaxies far, far away. And as an example here, we're seeing so many different examples of how that Star Wars kind of cinematic universe expands beyond its own initial medium of film into TV, into books, into games. And this is great, but it's ultimately a linear narrative that we know how the story ends. We know how it begins. We know how it ends. And there is an end to these stories. Another great example is something like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, right? You've got these kind of branching narratives, these multiverses, there's time travel, so it's a little less linear, but still we know how these stories end. There are tremendous amounts of intersection between characters and their stories, and that spans across TV shows and games and movies as well. All originating from kind of comic books, right? More recently too, we see something like Arcane, which is spinning off of the League of Legends games, creating essentially relatively tangential characters and building around those characters, building an environment, building a world, and exploring that a little bit. And most recently, we were able to kind of take some of those environments and bring them into the real world as part of this kind of Undercity Nights concept, where we're using augmented reality and to place these kind of digital environments into the real world and bridge the gap between reality and augmented reality and the game world and the virtual world. And that's really exciting because we're starting to see this kind of intersection of virtual production and transmedia and using game assets to create stories and vice versa. And so this kind of intersection is really where kind of art meets the fan, and where we think about game engines in the context of not just TV production or game design, but ultimately both. And so, kind of what a traditional film production pipeline is really difficult, and similarly a virtual production pipeline is also very complex. But what happens early on in that process is you kind of have these finalized assets that exist inside of a game engine like Unreal. And what that means is that early on in your production cycle, you can start to branch off the TV production kind of pipeline and concept into a game engine production and create essentially this kind of converged story arc that suddenly the game engine is used to produce both the TV show and the game simultaneously. And what that means is that you can have this bi-directional communication between the audience, the gamers, and the TV show, and essentially where we don't know where the TV show will end. We don't know where it will branch into, because ultimately that can be defined by the players of the game. And that creates a really exciting concept, because suddenly, if the TV show writer doesn't know how that story ends, and the gamers don't either, you're creating this collaborative platform of storytelling that has never been able to exist yet. We can't apply this to a Marvel universe or to a Star Wars universe, because we know how that story ends. So the next kind of generation of this is going to exist, in a completely new format, in a completely new medium, by potentially somebody in this room, somebody kind of who is born around this technology, someone who's born around this transmedia concept and knows it innately. right? All of those stories were not created with transmedia in mind. They were created for a single medium and branched off. But if we can create this kind of concept around of a new narrative form and a new narrative platform and a new way of storytelling into this more non-linear way, we can create some really exciting things. So what are the benefits of transmedia? What is it all about? I mean, it's inherently kind of collaborative, it's inherently creative, and it's inclusive, right? If you don't play the game, you can still watch the show, but at least by watching the show, you maybe are encouraged to play the game and explore the world. And that by making that kind of inclusive and collaborative kind of platform, you're able to say, hey, I've never played games before, but now I can because I feel like I resonate with these characters and I want to explore their world a little bit more. And that's exciting because it's bringing people into these new platforms where they maybe didn't feel welcome before. And so that kind of inclusivity is really important, and you're able to kind of do something really special with that and kind of break some of the convention that, of what a gamer is in 2023 or what a TV show fan is in 2023. And so there's something really inherently collaborative and exciting about what that means for stories. And this key mechanism is going to be the seasonal event. Games are released in seasons now. And you have these seasonal updates just like TV shows are released in seasons. And what that means is that unlike a TV show, which has a specific story arc, we don't know where that arc is going to take us in this new kind of transmedia concept that we can release updates, essentially, in the same way that you update a game, you can update a TV show in this seasonal mechanism. And that the impact of what happens in a game can influence the TV show and vice versa. This kind of exciting, persistent world that exists between those two platforms is what connects them together. And when we kind of think about that in these more kind of concrete terms, it means that you have this never-ending story, this story that never stops, and that surprises the creators of that universe as much as it surprises the fans. And that can be really exciting because it's never existed before, and we've never been able to make something like that exist before. And we're kind of entering this new transmedia future where suddenly it's a medium and a concept that is built for the next generation of storytellers and creatives, because thinking about this from a 40-year-old or 50-year-old studio executive mindset, those stories have been told, those formulas have been worn, but to think about these newer concepts, these newer story arcs from the next generation of storytellers is why this is so important, is that as the kind of future of storytellers for this medium, think about nonlinear content, think about being a digital native and what that means in terms of growing up around this nonlinear content, about growing up around stories that are told in 15 seconds, in 15 years, and what that means for you as a creator, as a storyteller, and that the means of production, the means of creation kind of are at your fingertips because the tools needed are essentially a game engine that's available for free and your brain, which is also available for free. I think that's the kind of key takeaway to all of this is that you are able to create these things faster and better than ever and for free, and that ultimately the world is your oyster. Thank you very much. Looking forward to seeing what you think guys can create. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Cannon Bates. I'm a member of the logistics team for TEDxAustin Youth. Logistics, though, isn't all I'm good for, as I also play violin at Westlake. As a member of the Westlake Orchestra, someone who's worked very closely with this PAC and its crew, it is my pleasure to introduce our next performer, Jack Neese. Jack Neese is president of the Westlake Technical Entertainment Crew and a high school senior. As a member of the Westlake Tech Crew, he's been instrumental in putting on many intricate events at this very auditorium, like the Nutcracker Spectacular. Adept in the visual arts, he designs and presents scintillating light shows that dazzle audiences. Please join me in welcoming Jack Neese. All right. What is the process of making the light show?
Yeah, of course. So just to begin, the light show began because we have this dance show at the school called Zenith. And so Zenith, started around 30, it's been here for a long time, but Tech started doing lighting for it around 20, 30 years ago, and somebody decided it would be a good idea if we had one number that was completely lights, and the Tech students created something like this, where it was a complete light show for one number, one song, and it's always been a fan favorite. It's always been super cool. Last year, I got the opportunity of doing it with the senior who graduated, Nico Hewitt. But anyways, the process is we begin with editing the music and building, a base to build off of with all the lighting and everything. So we spent around 2 weeks just choosing music, thinking what would sound good, what sounds good in here with this audio that we have and everything else. And so we spent a bit of time, just deciding what would be cool. We found it. And so once we got that, we started programming. We programmed on a console called the Grandame 2. And so the Grandame is able to control all these moving lights back here. And that's what we're using to program specific cues, all these little light looks that change from back and forth, back and forth. We have around 200 cues, 250 cues in there. And so, yeah, that's how we kind of structure it.
Awesome. How long does it take to make the light show?
Yeah, so the light show, we spent around 2 or 3 weeks in here, but overall I think we spent around 52 hours, just programming, just making sure everything lined up. So in the back we have a computer which runs timecode, and so timecode has the audio track on it. And so each one of those cues, each one of those light looks that are moving to another light look, each one of those is a single cue, and so every single one we would put into the audio at a certain point, and then we have to add them in, all 250 of them. And so that probably consumed the most time, but around, 50-ish hours.
How many different lights were used?
Yes, so the amount of moving lights we have were around 50 or 60 back here, and pretty much every single one was used. There was not a single one that we left untouched. We have to get the dust off once a year, so we had to make sure that we were using all of them, and we did.
And then how are the lights programmed and controlled?
Like I said, so the lights are programmed with the Grandame console that we have back there, and so the Grandame is pretty much, state-of-the-art across all entertainment industry for, concerts, just professional shows, anything like that. Most people, or pretty much almost everybody, is using a Grandame console that's able to control lights like these in the back, and these lights specifically are also state-of-the-art, and they run on stepper motors, which are these little motors that have gears, and so these gears have around, 100 little pins on them that are able to twist, and so that's how you see all these lights moving, 360 degrees. They're able to pan that much. Same with the tilting over, 180. They're able to move so much, so precisely, and that's how they're controlled.
Awesome, thank you. Let's hear one last time for Jack Neese.
Hi everyone, I'm Selena Moo. I coded this year's TEDxAustin and TEDx Youth website, and it is my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, James Sanseri. James is a highly accomplished physicist currently pursuing a double major in physics and astrophysics at the University of California, Berkeley. From a young age, he has been deeply fascinated in physics, specifically magnetohydrodynamics, cosmology, and numerical relativity of compact objects. He has made significant contributions to the field, with several research papers and publications. Now, please join me in welcoming James Sanseri to the stage.
I used to love playing video games. It was my favorite pastime. It would give me a sense of escape and control where I could escape from the real world. I remember very vividly building my own virtual worlds and I remember very vividly spending at least an hour before school every morning to squeeze in a little bit of extra time in my own virtual worlds, in games like Minecraft. In Minecraft, I got to build redstone contraptions and farms and booby traps that I would prank my friends with after school. It wouldn't be until nearly a decade later that I would be able to make my own virtual worlds from scratch, though. Fast forward to my sophomore year of college. In my physics class, with the help of my best friends, I got to build my own pool game. It wasn't much, and it certainly wasn't Minecraft by any stretch of the imagination, but it was an opportunity for me to be able to play with the laws of physics and the constants within, and see how they impact the gameplay in the world I was building firsthand. I realized once you remove the user input, it became a simulation of our world. I found this fascinating, and shortly after, I got into numerical research in astrophysics. I was completely baffled how you could plug in the laws of physics onto a computer and effectively play God, simulating complex structures like galaxy formation. And at the heart of those galaxies, you can even simulate the most complex environments our universe has to offer, such as a black hole, where light can literally orbit around the black hole due to the strong gravitational pull. And if you're careful and physically motivated, you can even make predictions that match what we see in reality. I learned through this process that programming really fundamentally comes down to three concepts. The first of which is that those functions or those equations that I was playing around with in my physics classes, they can be written as functions that just take in inputs and spit out outputs. And the beauty of programming is that those functions that we learn in math class that take in inputs in the form of numbers could actually be anything your heart desires: text, images, and even video. And when you build these functions in tandem with what people have already built before you, you can quite literally stand on the shoulders of giants and make something truly spectacular. The second idea that I came across was that of objects. In my pool game, that looked like objects like pool sticks or pool balls or even the rack. I was fascinated by this, and it helped me build my virtual worlds. When you take these objects and combine them with the outputs of your functions, you can store them in the form of data in what we call data structures in the computer's memory, and use them as needed. Once I understood these three concepts, the world of software became a lot more demystified for me, and it made a lot more sense. My favorite example of how you could take a complex idea and make it simpler is through AI. If you've Googled AI, you might have come across the neural network. The neural network is the fundamental building block behind modern-day AI and machine learning. At a first glance, there's a lot of lines and circles, and it's confusing and easy to be turned away immediately. But I encourage you just to sit with me for a moment, and let me show you that it's not that bad. At the heart of it, all those circles are really just nodes. They're objects that behave like functions, that take in a set of inputs and spit out an output. And when you combine these in a complex web with others, you can actually get human-like behavior that mimics what we see in our own behavior. The more data and more examples of reality that you give it, the more human-like it becomes. And we call this artificial intelligence. My favorite example of what you can do with this technology is make imagery. Never before made by a human. This is completely computer generated, such as such as penguins getting married at Christmas time, or the universe inside of a bubble, or even a man riding a supernova, Albert Einstein walking through the streets of New York City in the style of Van Gogh, and even a cat eating a pancake. When people think of programmers, they typically think of hackers breaking into the Pentagon, or the next Google software developer making $1 million app. But nobody stops and thinks about artists. I think that's changing as we enter this new digital era. Just recently, within the past month, a team of visual effects artists created the first anime drawn not by humans, but by artificial intelligence. But I want to stress that they would not have been capable of doing this if they didn't have a basic understanding of how to program in the first place. These tools are great out of the box. but they're truly extraordinary when you can maximize their potential with a little bit of programming knowledge. But it doesn't just stop at art. Text-based AI is completely changing the way we do just about anything. You might have heard of ChatGPT, a technology, an AI that can generate human-like responses in the form of text. Songs, poems, lyrics, even TED Talks can be written by ChatGPT. But don't worry, I only use it to make the title of this one. And if Bill Gates said it's important, then it must be, right? Even if your teachers aren't too thrilled about it in the first place. I feel that as we take steps further and further into this new digital era, powered by AI, those that don't learn how to embrace it and learn how to maximize its potential might get left behind. According to the BBC, the average person spends nearly 5 hours of their day on their smartphone. That's nearly a third of the time we spend awake. Yet 99% of us have almost no idea how this works at all, how the underlying software machinery works. The flip side of this is that 1% of our population is actually equipped with the skills and tools they need to turn their ideas into lucrative realities. But the sad part is that most of those people already either work for or with big tech corporations. It almost feels like the rich are getting richer. But I want to stress that not all programmers are software developers. A huge fraction of them are actually scientists and engineers. Programming is becoming one of the most essential skills in STEM today. It's becoming an essential staple of college curriculum across the world. Data scientist is one of the fastest growing occupations in the next decade, according to the US Labor Bureau. The simple skill of being able to pull data straight from its source, look at the trends, and tie those trends to real-world events and give insights as to how the world works is an invaluable skill that nearly any employer is looking for these days. For example, being able to look at movie theater stock over the last decade and notice a steady increasing trend in their performance. Yet suddenly, abruptly, coinciding right at the beginning of 2020, we see a huge unprecedented dip. I wonder what that could be. During the pandemic, it felt like nearly everybody was arguing. People were completely disagreeing and quoting statistics that didn't even make sense, completely disagreeing with each other. It was hard to tell what was real and what was fake. But how do you know what's real and what's fake? In principle, you could pull the data straight from the source. And in principle, you can compare all your resources side by side and look for the common threads of truth. But the harsh reality is that people simply just don't have the time or care enough to do so. The other possibility is that you could pull the data straight from the source and cut out the middleman entirely, allowing yourself to make decisions based completely off of the data and not somebody's opinion. But the harsh reality is that we're just not taught this in school. You either have to learn this in higher education or on your own in most places. I think this is an issue. During the pandemic, according to the Pew Research Center, 88% of Americans felt that they were either confused or that they even shared fake news with other people from both sides of the political aisle. Yet in the same vein, only 6.9 million Americans work in jobs or occupations that require programming to some extent. That's 2% at best of our population that is capable to be able to pull data straight from its source and fact check the news. In a room full of 100, that responsibility falls on only 2 people to make sure that everybody is well informed and has the facts straight. That's a fundamental assumption at the heart of what makes a democracy work, and we're not meeting that requirement. I think this is a huge issue, and I fear that 2% of our population being able to do this essential skill of pulling data straight from its source, which I call code literacy, because it requires a basic understanding of programming, I feel that this 2% is not enough, and it will have huge implications in the decades to follow. Just for reference, in 1870, nearly 5 years after the abolition of slavery in this country, 20% of people of color, nearly a factor of 10 more, were considered literate, being capable of reading and writing, and we're still dealing with those issues to this day. But I want to stress that this 2% code literacy issue that our country is facing doesn't have to stay that way. You, the youth, can make a huge difference as we move forward. Simply spreading the word to your friends and your family and your teachers that this is an issue can go a huge way. You might even be using virtual resources which have plenty of individualized and free curriculum to teach yourself how to program, and you might already be using these to study for your other courses or even your college entrance exams. And if you're afraid and you think that coding is really difficult and scary, I encourage you to give it a chance. You'd be surprised how likely you probably have already done it in a different form. Little did I know when I was a kid, playing Minecraft and building redstone contraptions, that I was actually programming. I just didn't see it yet. And you've probably done the same interacting with a computer. So if you get a chance to take a programming course in either computer science or data science, I encourage you to. It can go a long way towards improving your code literacy as well. I feel that if we take care of this now, we'll be well equipped to handle global issues that affect the lives of not just millions, but billions of people across the world. Issues like climate change, for example. This is a real problem. There is unprecedented changes to the Earth's climate within the last 100 years. It's clear, it's concise, it's in the data, day and night. You could pull it straight from NASA yourself. Yet a shockingly large fraction of our population doesn't even believe it's real. If you don't believe me that it's real, I encourage you, in fact, I challenge you to look at the data yourself and ask yourself, I wonder what happened here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Romir Jain, and I'm part of the financials team here at TEDxAustin, in which I have to help manage the budget and find partners. Being an avid explorer, I couldn't pass on the opportunity to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker goes by the name of Joseph Danny King. And he defied all odds and did what most of us as little kids dreamed of doing. With the help of his wife, and by displaying character traits such as hard work, resilience, passion, and grit, he was able to construct a fully functioning aircraft from scratch. Since then, he has flown all over the world, and in fact, he aspires to visit every national park in the books. Mr. King even took it one step further, and he has now become a mentor for students at Eastview High School in Georgetown, in which, through his knowledge and experiences, he helps guide them in building their own fully functioning aircraft. So now, for the time that we've all been waiting for, please join me in welcoming our next speaker, Mr. King.
Howdy. Just to give you a little bit of history about myself. I've got about half a century, I know it sounds like a lot, and it is, a half a century of working in the electronic business. The issue I'm doing right now has to do with the fact that my background has led me to the point where I could build the Asian Cajun. My father is from China, and I was born in Louisiana, hence the emphasis on Asian and Cajun. I didn't give myself that name, by the way. That's my coworkers did that for me. They're lovely group of people. So what I do right now, or what I did before, I work for a major computer company here in town. Then I'm since retired. That I provide mentoring for the engineers, training for them. Just like Ramir indicated, I now do mentoring for the students at Eastview High School. They're great people, great students. I love the guys a lot. They're a lot of fun to work with. It's amazing how intelligent these guys are. I never could have been that at my age. My father, like I said, is from China. I'm first generation Chinese. The issue that came about as I progressed through my time is I learned that when you go, I enlisted in the Navy, I learned that my needs of going to a top secret special background investigation leads into a problem. So by the way, if your people are from a country that the United States considers somewhat adversarial, you're going to have a little trouble getting your clearances. I did get my clearance, by the way, so yes, I am qualified. The issue that I came up, it's like I said, my father is from China, and I learned early on that working with him, because he was a chef and he had his own restaurant. And I was his sous chef, I was his bottle washer, made coffee, swept the floors, whatever my father wanted, that's what I did. We would work about 12 to 16 hours a day. And you can imagine, you know, you get tired of doing that a little bit. So I decided I wanted to broaden my horizons some. To do that, I figured, how can I do that? So go to college, get knowledge, be smart. So, but my parents couldn't afford college. I didn't know anything about loans or anything like that. So what I did is I said, wait a minute, I always wanted to be an oceanographer, you know, swim in the ocean, study things. I'd done a lot of reading on before. So I went ahead and said, I know the Navy. And the Navy's in the water all the time, and they can provide me with the GI Bill. So I went ahead and did that. So joined the Navy. They, of course, sent me through it. You know, I said, how smart are you? I wasn't. But they went ahead and said, all right, let's send you through the exams. Went through the exams. They said, by the way, you are qualified for all our rates and ratings. I said, good. Give me nuclear power, electrical, because I figured there was a career in that. Well, they got to looking at that, and they said, we can guarantee you nuclear power, but we can't guarantee you electrical. I said, no. I want electronics. So I figured that was also a good future to go. So I looked at that, got into their portfolio of all the different positions, and one of them said, computers, data processing, programming. I said, oh, that looks neat. But now remember, I'm 17, 18 years old. You know, your brain isn't mature at that point. So I went ahead and looked at it, and there on the emblem of the arm for what they called a data system technician was a real super cool symbol. I said, oh yeah, super cool symbol. That's what I want. Tell me, is that the right logical decision to make for a career? Okay, it felt right to me. So it was a 6-year program, 2 years in training, 4 years in the providing time to the Navy, saying, hey, we trained you, give us some time back. I went ahead and did that. And so I got into the training was difficult. I'll admit that. You know, they sent me to San Diego, dang them, and I went ahead and got my training there. They took me always from components, just basic electrical components, all the way to actual full system computer systems. Excellent training. One of the things they did, of course, I had to go to San Francisco then to do some more training. Again, what an odious statement. Oh. Then, after that, they had the audacity to say, all right, you're going to your final training station, Key West, Florida. Okay, I guess I'll have to sit out in the sun and go scuba diving and snorkeling and stuff like that. I did that. And by the way, I also got training too. So now the specialty I had was naval intelligence. I know some of you people saying, well, isn't that an oxymoron? But I went ahead and got my training in that, and they said, by the way, your specialty you have is on an aircraft carrier. I was stationed aboard the USS Kitty Hawk. That's an F-14 sitting there. They were the meanest looking aircraft. You could just sit in there squatting going like, mess with me. And of course, our other air wing. I had a great time on there. We went all over the Western Pacific. It's called a WestPac. You know, Philippines, Japan, Korea, Hong Kong, all these great places. I loved it there. And like I said, and one thing the military did for me is they said, listen, we're going to be crossing the big blue. the ocean, and it's going to take us days. You work 12 on, 12 off. So they said, we will go ahead and allow you to have college courses if you want. I said, heck, I'm always into learning. I always want to advance myself. I want to increase my horizons. So during that time when we were crossing the Big Blue, you know, I would take college courses. And we did it several times, both coming and going. And, you know, I ended up with like 12 semester hours of college. I wish I'd taken more, but, you know, of course, I was too busy having fun, too. So, got out of the Navy, but just before I got out of the Navy, they said, hey, they wanted to keep me recruited. So they said, all right, let's look and see what your abilities are. So they looked down in their book, and they're looking through there, and he's looking at my scores and stuff like that. And he says, whoa, look at this. He says, you've got good scores, you got good evaluations. He says, you could be a pilot. And he looks up, and he looks at my glasses, and he says, except for those Coke bottle glasses you got on. As a pilot, they want you to have perfect everything. That's changed up a little bit, but at the time, it was like, nope, you got to have perfect vision. So, got out of the military, went ahead and went to my next job. Took my GI Bill, which is what I wanted originally. Went into college, University of Houston, and started trying to get my degree. Now, some of you guys understand this. Because I was going half-time, it took me 10 years to get my electrical engineering degree. 10 years. Don't do that. If you can at all avoid it, don't do that. Between the time I took Calculus 1 to the time I took differential equation was almost 7 years. I'm sorry, but after 2 years past Calculus 3, my brain's already dumped everything out there. It's like, make room for more stuff. Differential equations now says, oh, by the way, that Calculus 3 class, which you should have had last semester, now we're going to use it. That was 2 years ago. So if you can at all do it, go full time. So working at my job, you know, we did 50-hour weeks. It took a long time. And then, you know, after hours, we would also go, on the weekends, we'd go to my work, and we would go and study, all us old folks, 30 years old back then. And we would go ahead and get our, you know, courses, go through the calculus, go through the physics, stuff like that. And of course, we wanted to stay there all the time. I would go ahead and cook meals for us. Remember, my dad was a chef, so I had to do that. Now, later on, when I went to my new job here in Austin with that big old fancy computer company, loved the job, loved the people, loved the stuff I was doing, always learning stuff. They decided, said, hey, you want to go some more courses? Go ahead. So I went down to University of Texas, Austin Community College, and took stuff. One of the times I was there, I saw, hey, wow, look, they've got a welding class. I wanted to do welding. Don't ask me why. Who wants to smell all that stuff? But I did. Kind of sick in the brain. So I went ahead, looked for it, but they said, oh, sorry, that course is all filled up. I said, dang it. But there was a ground school. I had always wanted to fly. I wanted to get my certificate. Well, took the ground school. 3 years later, boom, I'm a pilot then. You know, they said, boom, you're certified to fly. I know, that's insanity. So now, one thing I did is I said, wow, the cost of planes are expensive. So how can I get it to the point where I can afford this stuff? Well, turns out the Federal Aviation says, by the way, if you're crazy enough to build a plane, we'll let you. We will let you build a plane. We're not going to let you fly it unless we say it's okay. But they do that. And I was able to buy, a dear friend of mine got a kit, figured out a kit for me. A gentleman in California had the kit for 10 years, only had a small portion of the plane built, maybe less than 5%, 10 years now. And he was selling it because he said, I just can't put the time into it. Because I said, all right. I went there, looked at it, bought it, brought it back here to Austin. Now, at that point, I'm going like, boy, I must be insane. But the thing is that I had friends that knew how to build the plane. I had friends that were inspectors at a major airline that knew how to look and say, yes, this plane is good, or no, it's not. So I started building on the plane, and in 3.5 years, my wife, bless her heart, she's a heart of gold, was more than happy to sit there and go like, here, I will help you rivet this plane together. You know, I don't know many people who are that crazy, but she said she would. And, you know, she's willing to fly with me too. The plane, of course, it would take, we both would work 40 hours a week. And then we put 20 hours every week into building that plane, and our vacation time too. 3.5 years. Was it worth it? Oh, heck yeah. Oh, heck yeah. You can see all the wiring I had to do. I'm having to hug my plane to let it know I love it, because it needed to know. The plane needs to know it's loved. So my background as an engineer helped me determine that, yeah, my plane is flyable and that it's a good plane. My friends who are inspecting it, my friends who helped me get the first flight on it, because, boy, I tell you what, first flight, they call it first flight. The first time the plane takes off and goes up in the air, oh boy, everybody's on pins and needles. But we had high confidence. And that, in fact, is the first flight. This plane's coming in for landing right there. But we had a great time with it. There's my plane right there, fully built. That's my wife, the Asian Cajun. The ribbons on the side, she's a cancer survivor, bless her heart. And the artwork on the tail is a bomber babe holding a Master Chief's hat. The colors are blue and gold in the tribute to the Blue Angels. The crawfish is a symbol of the fact that I do a crawfish boil every year with about 1,000 pounds. All those people I was telling you about that have helped me throughout the years, this is for them. I give them, I put on a bodacious crawfish bowl, and we have a big old time, big old Cajun style. Because like I say, the Asian Cajun's got to do her thing. We've been to Oshkosh, Wisconsin, which is the biggest air show in the world. 10,000 planes fly in there in a period of less than a week. You're landing 4 planes at a time. They will tell you, land on the green dot, land on the red dot, land on the blue dot, and we're all coming in simultaneously. You have to be on your A game. And you know what? I trained enough. And they had, all the teams I had talked to had given me that confidence to say, all right, I can do this. There are planes literally right off your wing. You're coming in. It's a great experience. But we've also been to Sun and Fun in Florida, having a great time flying down there. Our intentions are to fly to Seattle, Washington, to go over there and visit friends over there, to see, as Ramir indicated, all of the national parks I can get my hands onto. And we've also flew, with my pilot certificate, I was able also to fly go into Alaska and rent a plane. We flew over the Harding Ice Cap. The Harding Ice Cap, this was on a Cessna, on a 172 airplane, and I had more confidence in my plane than I did this plane. I had a survival gear in the back. And I'm looking down, and I look down there, and I says, honey, you see those crevices down there? She said, yep. She says, those crevices can swallow this plane, and they'll never, ever find us. I probably shouldn't have told her that, It's like that wasn't the brightest thing in the world. But we flew over that, and we landed perfectly fine. Some final thoughts. The Asian Cajun, what is it? It's a magical machine that allows us to go all over the place. We've been all over Texas, Louisiana, all over the place. It's a great thing to see the world, to have great fun. one of the things I want to make sure you understand is you don't want to work for the weekends. You want to work to have fun. These are all thoughts that pop through my mind. If during flying, when you're flying the aircraft, elevation, altitude is your life. It gives you more options. Having the right attitude that no matter what, you're going to survive. You're going to do the right thing. One of the things you have to understand is that if you don't have the right attitude and you don't keep elevating yourself, then you lose the horizons that you can look for. Go look, raise your horizons. Look for better things to look for. You know, one of the things is paramount in an aircraft. If I don't have wind going across my wings, if I'm not got a good flow, if I'm not moving forward, all my control surfaces, my ailerons, my flaps, my rudder, they mean nothing. I can't steer that plane if I'm not moving forward. Always move forward. Always elevate. Always get to the point where you can succeed. Give yourself options through life. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Meena Raja, and I worked on the production team here at TEDxAustin. I'm so excited to announce our last speaker, but certainly not the least. As someone who's experienced adoption and immigration, she's learned how to navigate the complex realities of her own dual identity. Through these experiences, she's learned that we all have the power to take control of our narrative and shape our own identity. So please help me in welcoming Sophia Adarab.
Who are you? 3 words. Simple question. So let's say if I were to ask you, who are you? Would you go with the basic name, sex, job title, family role, or even race, religious belief, sexual orientation? Would you pick one of your talents, an achievement, or a medical diagnosis? I wonder how you would go about choosing which pieces of your identity are most defining of who you are and make you mostly you. And are the elements you are choosing permanent, ever-evolving, or adapted, depending on who's asking the question? See, I remember vividly asking myself that very question as an 8-year-old in my hometown in Morocco. I stumbled upon our family record, and I discovered that I wasn't in it. It took me a few minutes to realize I was an adoptee. And as my heart sunk into my chest and my whole world shook, I instantly asked myself that very question: who am I? See, it's like the story of this woman that we hear that was a devoted mother and no longer knew who she was after she became an empty nester. Or this guy who lost his sense of self after losing his job. Or this other person who's no longer their usual self after a breakup. I gotta admit to you though, until that very moment, I knew exactly and profoundly who I was. I was a fun-loving, book-reading daddy's girl, and I was mommy's mischievous princess who was always ready to dance, making friends with anyone she encounters, and very eager to learn different languages. But in that specific moment, that knowing dissipated. I remember that my first instinct, as my perfect family portrait went into shatters, to tell myself that it doesn't matter. I love my parents beyond life, and I have a very strong bond with my brothers. I couldn't imagine for a split second that I wasn't my parents' natural child. I didn't know at the time that I was in denial, but I gotta tell you, I embraced it very tightly. When my parents pulled me for the talk to announce the news, to their big surprise, I already knew. But to my big disappointment, they didn't have all the answers to my questions. I wanted to know who were my birth parents, if I had any biological siblings. But most importantly, who do I look like? See, most of the time people struggle with beauty standards and whether they're attractive or not. For us adoptees, it's a different ballgame. Our struggles look like not knowing who you resemble, or your family medical record history, and the list goes on. You see, adoption is this very complex experience that forces you to live between two stories. On one side, you are abandoned, given up on, rejected. But on this other side, you are chosen, accepted, and loved. It's like you are madly in love and grieving at the exact same time. You're living two intense emotional experiences simultaneously. With so many contradicting feelings in adolescence knocking at the door, I started looking for resources to help me navigate my first identity crisis. Not aware that most resources are targeting adoptive parents. For the most part, I shook it off, thinking, I got it. Or so I thought at the time. I was like a fish swimming in an ocean of love and belonging. So to spice things up, I moved to France in my late teens to pursue higher education. And I was thinking that starting a new chapter in a different country will be all fun, adventure, and happiness. Little did I know that venturing outside of my love bubble will open a door to a whole new set of experiences. Somewhere between failed tests and heartbreak, I started unconsciously questioning my self-worth and very consciously fearing abandonment and rejection. So as an obvious result, I started developing coping mechanisms. I became really good at fitting in and people-pleasing and adjusting to my environment to make everyone comfortable around me. It worked really well for a while. So my next adventure took me to the United States. And you can imagine, as a young adult, there is nothing more promising and inspiring than the American dream. Think about it. If you've lived your whole life trying to figure out who you are, and you get a chance to move to the country where you can be anyone you want to be and where sky's the limit. So without skipping a beat, my heart embarked on this beautiful journey of becoming American. For the first time, I felt like I could be anything I wanted to be. But at the same time, I was still struggling with figuring out the American society and some pieces of my identity. I didn't realize how prevalent and current the racial conversation was in our society. I also did not receive the memo on the misconceptions and negative bias about Islam, and especially Muslim women. Like this bias that Muslim women are not so intelligent, capable, and can't think for themselves. Bear in mind that I am from the country with the oldest university in the world, Al-Qarawiyyin, that was founded by a Muslim woman 12 centuries ago. And to this day, around the world, including the US, there are millions of women who are the living, breathing example that these misconceptions are false. At times, it feels like othering became an epidemic in our culture, as if we all accepted and internalized that there are some pieces of our identities that are divisive, and that it is okay to exclude and mistreat those who are different than us, forgetting that we are incredibly similar in our humanness, in our pursuit of prosperity, love, belonging, and happiness. So as you can imagine, life started poking around, making me feel uncomfortable in my armor. For years, I trained myself on how to fit in, adjust, apologize, and people please. Suddenly, it became hard to do just that. It's like the soul in my body started getting agitated, like it wanted more space to bloom. I was no longer okay with letting myself down to make someone else happy, or adjust so I can fit in better. I no longer wanted to defend, prove, or hide any parts of who I was. So as a good American, I sought retail therapy and actual therapy. I indulged into food. I took breathing and meditation classes. I booked massage and acupuncture appointments. I went from seminar to conference to wellness retreats, chasing how-tos, wisdom, trying to find a breakthrough so I can make sense of my life. Obviously, nobody told me that on the road for a breakthrough, there will be a breakdown, so that ship has sailed. But little by little, pieces of my identity started coming back together. It felt like, you know that feeling when you're looking for your glasses and they're on top of your head? Or you're looking for your phone and it's in your pocket? You got it. That's what I was doing. Isn't it funny and intriguing that as human beings, we are the most advanced and resourceful creation, yet anytime you're faced a challenge, we look for solutions outside of ourselves. We're seeking everything externally. We seek approval, chase achievements, recognition, please undeserving people, try to fit in, as if it will make us feel good enough. We numb our feelings and try to fix, beautify, adapt, and change who we are for others, as if our very existence depends on them. Yet, we spend so little time getting to know, accept, and love ourselves for our own sake. So far in my book, Life has been a journey of getting to know and loving who I am. Some chapters have been absolutely wonderful, but not all of it has been easy, and some have been incredibly painful. At times, I lost sight or disliked some of my most beautiful traits. I made myself small to accommodate others. I've looked outside myself for what could only be found within, and I've internalized many disappointments and letdowns along the way. I'm still grateful for those experiences, because as excruciating as they were, and as painful it has been processing it all, they brought me in so many valuable gifts. They allowed me to expand my awareness, find my voice, and reconnect with my truer self. They taught me to disregard distractions and embrace the beautiful moments and loving people in my path. They pushed me to trust my inner wisdom. And remember that my self-worth is innate. But most importantly, they taught me that I do not negotiate who I am with anyone. I'm the writer of my story. And I'm sticking up for myself, making sure that I'm radiating love inside out. And even if the whole world was to abandon me or let me down, I choose to be on my own team and stick up for myself, because I know my truth. I know that I am not a mistake. My life is not accidental. And there is nothing, absolutely nothing, random in it. I also learned a vital lesson. Stories is how we make sense of who we are in our lives. They can verily make us or break us. Sometimes we think that our circumstances shape our stories, but what if it wasn't so simple? What if the way we narrate the story and how we give meaning to those circumstances is how we end up experiencing our life? What if we have the power to edit, change, rewrite, and provide a different meaning to our story? A meaning that empowers us, a meaning that lifts those who are struggling like us, and tells others that we're all in this life journey together, doing our very best, trying to figure it all out. So let me ask you again. Who are you? What is the story you are telling yourself about yourself? Does it make your heart burst into joy? Does it bring you a sense of peace and safety? Or does it make you want to tap into your power, ready to conquer the world? Or does it dim your light, make you feel smaller, insignificant, not, insert adjective, enough? Also, who is the author of your story? Are you in charge, or is it being handed to you by others' actions, opinions, judgments, or even social constructs? Who are the characters you're focusing on? Those who disappointed and let you down, or those who loved and embraced you? What role are you playing in your story? Are you a victim or a victor? You gotta choose. Choose wisely. And as you are writing your story, I wholeheartedly hope that you end up being the hero you're looking for, that you fall madly in love with your character, that you get eager and excited to make your story captivating and vibrant, that you shape your circumstances to serve your purpose. They say that success is a subtractive process. So I hope that you will peacefully leave behind any disempowering narratives that do not serve your purpose nor your story. Befriend contentment and cultivate gratitude. I'll be rooting for you, and I'll be doing the same. Sending you love. Thank you. That was it for me.
Hey everybody, I'm Chloe from the Youth Partners and Financials team for TEDxAustin. Have you guys enjoyed the TEDxAustin TEDx Youth event today? I'm glad. I'm out here to tell everybody that this event could not have been possible without our amazing partners, so could you please join me in giving them all a hand? This event genuinely could not have happened in any aspect if it weren't for our partners. So we are incredibly, incredibly grateful to them, and we want to give them an awesome thank you. So thank you all for coming today, and we'd like to let you know that this entire event is possible because of our partners. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Wilmick, and I'm a part of this year's TEDxAustin Youth Team event. And essentially, I just wanted to quickly appreciate the speakers for what they've given us today. We have had the honor and privilege of listening to such talented, knowledgeable, and truly inspiring individuals this afternoon. So could we please give them what they all deserve and give them another round of applause? This afternoon, we have heard talks regarding science, art, technology, and even stepping out of our comfort zone. Each and every performance has been unique and special in their own right, and I can guarantee you that they have left many of us in the audience feeling inspired. So from the bottom of all of our hearts, and on behalf of all the attendees, TEDx members, sponsors, and donors, thank you to the speakers.
Hi everybody, my name is Tulsi Joglekar.
And my name is Kenna O.
We are both members of the TEDx Youth Team, and we'd like to thank the mentors on the adult team that helped to create this amazing event.
Today's event could not have happened without their hard work, and we could not be more grateful for the adult team that helped give us all this guidance in the past couple of months.
The adult team set up decorations for the venue, reached out to the speakers you've seen today, organized the whole agenda, and provided the youth team with so much support.
It's been a real roller coaster building this event from scratch, and we would like to thank the adult team for giving us the opportunity to be a part of this all. We know better than anyone how many hours they put in to make this event enjoyable for you all, so let's all give a big round of applause for our adult team.
Thank you so much for the time and effort you put in for these past couple of months. This event wouldn't have been possible without you guys.
Hey, everybody. Thank you for staying and listening to these talks. I just wanted to tell you that this takes about a year of planning, and all the people that are standing back here, plus more, have been involved in helping to make this event possible. It just is impossible to find the words to thank everybody enough. So please give them a huge round of applause. This wouldn't have been possible without all of your efforts. Thank you for coming today, and if there are any interested in joining the team for the future, please go to the website. There is a button you can click to participate, and we would love to have some student participation or adult participation to help us as we curate and get ready for our next event. So keep your eyes open for another TEDx event next year, and thank you again. And I want to thank our tech crew back there. Can you give them a round of applause as well? You guys are amazing. Again, none of this would be possible without the whole collective working together. So thank you, the audience, for coming and joining us today. And thank you for everything. All right. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend and look for us next year. Thank you. Bye-bye.